여러분 안녕하세요. 오늘도 뉴스 읽어주는 여자랑 함께 라이브를 합니다. 여러분 주말 잘 보내셨어요? 어주한씨 안녕하세요. 네, 저도 잘 보내고 잘 쉬고 다시 이렇게 나왔습니다. 일단은 오늘 차트 봅시다. 와, 이거 진짜 미친 거 아니야? 와, 사실 제가 쉬는 동안 거의 해외선물 뉴스 거의 안 보거든요. 뉴스나 차트 같은 거 거의 안 보고 오늘은 좀 되게 충격적이에요. 이틀 동안 도대체 무슨 상황이 벌어졌을까 싶어요. 와, 진짜 너무 많이 올라왔는데? 와, 사실 그때 금요일에 제가 매도 포지션을 잡았거든요. 와, 그때 간신히 수익을 봤는데, 와, 그 이후로 계속 그냥 그 포지션을 잡았으면 진짜 와, 망했을걸요? 이런 상황을 최초 아닐까요? 그걸 계속 올라가고 있어요. 쭉쭉쭉 지금도 계속 올라가고 있어요. 와, 진짜 와, 제가 운이 진짜 있는 편인가 보다. 진짜 그 이후로 그냥 로스코도 아니고 그냥 완전 마이너스 돼버렸을걸? 아니 뭐 물론 그 로스콧이 있다는 거 다행이긴 하는데 와 진짜 뉴스 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요. 도대체 무슨 상황이 벌어졌을까? 왜 계속 올라가고 있고 야, 이거 진짜 조금 더 조심해야겠다 싶어요. 쉽게 매매를 할 수 없을 것 같은데? 오늘은 일단 좀 지켜봐야 될 것 같아요. 와, 진짜. 네, 여러분 다들 안녕하세요. This to me is a huge question. Can this continue given the fact that people are optimistic about the US economy?
Coming up on the program, that 2-week winning streak taking stocks back to all-time highs. The attention will turn for the financials of last week. Goldman, Morgan Stanley.
그러니까요. 거의 역사적으로 최초 아닌가요? 와, 이거 진짜. 차트만 보니까 좀 무섭네요. 오늘 매매 어떻게 할까 참 막막하네요. 지금 가격은 한 직단 뭐지? 17,533.43원. 와, 그 정도인 줄 몰랐어요. 그날 제 쪽은 참 괜찮다고 싶었는데 오늘 최근에 좀 많이 올라왔다고 생각했고 오늘 좀 떨어지겠지 싶었는데 그때 좀 떨어졌어요. 한 뭐 16,080까지 내려갔나? 뭐 800 뭐 정확히 기억이 안 나지만 그래도 떨어지긴 했는데 그 이후로 계속 올라가고 있네. 와, 이거 진짜 무슨 상황이야. 일단 좀 가까이 봅시다. 이렇게 보니까 진짜 계속 와리가리 하긴 하는데 쉽게 들어갈 수는 없을 것 같은데 이거 진짜 열심히 봐야 될 것 같고 내내 들어가면 좀 조심해야겠다 진짜. 이제 앞으로 나스닥 어떻게 할 거야 진짜. 다른 주식으로 갈아타야 되나? 신기하네 진짜. 이렇게 올라갈 줄. 아니요, 제가 앞으로 매도 안 할 거예요. 앞으로는 아니고 당분간 매도는 안 할 것 같고. 참 어떻게 하면 좋을까? 멘붕이네. 완전 지금 넋이 나간 상태. 아이고, 일단은 여기 알겠어. 뉴스를 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요. 도대체 무슨 상황이 벌어졌을까? Our sense is the markets are well ahead of themselves in terms of rate cuts in the second half. You say markets, bond markets and stock markets, but what I find interesting is how many people are saying this is a bond market problem. It's not a stock market problem because if the economy is better than good, that's going to be positive for risk assets. Yeah, and I think Lisa, it raises another issue. 야, 요즘 주식 상태가 왜 이래? 다 올라가고 있네. 무섭게 진짜. 오늘은 매도해야 하는지 알칸도씨 저는 잘 모르겠어요. 진짜 이제 자신이 없어요. 사실 제가 느꼈던 거는 매수보다는 매도가 훨씬 떨려요. 훨씬 떨리고 훨씬 긴장되고 봐요. 지금도 계속 올라가고 있잖아요. 어디까지 올라가나? (10시 30분에) 그때쯤 들어가야 될 것 같은데 근데 사실 그때 10시 30분 딱 되면 찍히면 뭐 1분 동안 그 상황을 보고 떨어질지 올라갈지 계속 좀 보고 그때 조금
은근슬쩍 쭉 들어가고 팍 나가고 이렇게 조금씩 해야 될 것 같은데 아니면 손해를 진짜 많이 볼 수 있으니까 너무 위험해요.
So what do you think of this impact on its new capital requirements if you like the U.S. regional banks? They potentially face even a tougher road ahead.
근데 사실 맞는 말이죠. 롱 같은 경우는 다들 그 올라가다는 거 기대하고 하고 싶고 뭐 하고 그러니까 그때 그쵸 올라가자 이렇게 마음 편하게 자트도 응원할 수 있는데 근데 오히려 떨어질 때는 좀 약간 텐션이 더 떨어지는 것 같아요. 일단 계속 또 올라가네. 완전 최초입니다. 이렇게 높이 올라갈지는 상상도 못했어요.
I want to claim that that's kind of our bias, but there's 4,000 or so regional specialist banks today. There's no country that has that kind of a financial services industry and that kind of a reach. The benefit that those banks have for small family-owned businesses, which again, the lifeblood of the U.S. economy, is really important. There will be consolidation, and I do think that those banks are reacting well to higher interest rates now versus the immediate impact of higher interest rates. So we think there's going to be terrific opportunities in regional banks. We love that as a space to invest in, but most importantly, we think it's incredibly important that we provide opportunities for those institutions to continue to grow and serve small and medium enterprise businesses.
And based on that, it sounds like you think we're through the storm of last spring.
In terms of regional banks, yeah, for sure. I think there were a couple of things, Jonathan. I think every bank, large, small, medium, had to adjust their portfolio to higher rates. When rates go from 1% to 5%, it's going to impact. You can't have a positive impact of that. You have to weather it.
님들이 혹시 지금
I think the second
계시는 나라의 날씨가 좀 어떠세요? 여기는 지금 너무 추워요. 물론 겨울이긴 하는데 최근에 너무 약간 봄 같은 날씨가 너무 많이 있어서 이제 겨울이 끝나나 싶었는데 오늘 바람이 진짜 엄청 세고 얼굴이 찢어질 것 같아서 이러다 안 되겠다 싶어서 그냥 집에서 그냥 있었어요. 장을도 못 봐가지고 지금 뭘 먹어야 될지 지금 고민해봐야겠다. 많이 추워요. 그쵸, 지금 요즘 주식도 이상하고 날씨도 이상하고 이게 도대체 무슨 상황이야. 네, 감기 조심해야겠다. 주한씨도 다들 시청자분들도 감기 조심하세요.
Looking at buying a regional bank in America, but can't say too much.
투자도 좋지만 건강이 먼저입니다. 맞습니다. 저 같은 경우에는 주식 투자에 돈을 좀 뽑고 건강 검진을 해볼까 생각 중이에요. 건강이 워낙 너무 중요하니까 그만큼 돈도 많이 들어요.
Next on the program, stocks at all-time highs.
If the Fed is not cutting rates because the economy remains strong, I think the U.S. equity market will be pretty much fine with that. If the Fed is cutting rates because the economy is very weak, well, that's a whole other story.
That's next on the program. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and JCPenney Beauty has the most popular designer fragrance brands for gifting. Signature scents that hit all the right love notes. Earn rewards when you shop, plus use them to save. JCPenney, make it count.
뉴스 보니까 니케이 주식만 올라가고 코스피 틀어지는 거야? 제가 잘못 봤던 거 아닌가? 좀 전에 봤는데 코스피 주식이 올랐다고 했는데 잘못 봤나? 야, 오늘은 그냥 초록색 날이네. 거 봐요. 야, 다스닥 진짜 미쳤다. 와. 나스닥은 럴인가요? 럴은
Later got asked to be the head of USAID.
나이 잘
I got that
모르겠어요.
job when I was 36 years old.
36 years old. You're running USAID.
약간 느낌상
I
롱으로 가야 되는데
did until, the work started.
왜냐면 이제 보니까 끝이 없는 것 같아요. 지금 쭉 올라갈 것 같은데 왜냐면 다른 주식도 보니까 지금 분위기가 너무 좋거든요. 아마 좀 계속 올라가지 않을까 싶어요. 아마도 좀 롱으로 가야 되지 않을까 싶어요.
Insightful interviews. These candidates are trying to target independent voters.
And the most informative analysis about what it all means for November's presidential election.
What is your path to the nomination?
Coverage continues today only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. The price action looks like this on the S&P 500, closing Friday at all-time highs. We had some weight to that rally, up by a third of 1% on the S&P. On the surveillance this morning, equities at record highs.
If the Fed is not cutting rates because the economy remains strong, I think the U.S. equity market will be pretty much fine with that. If the Fed is cutting rates because the economy is very weak, well, that's a whole other story. At the end of the day, if the economy delivers, earnings deliver, markets can move a bit higher.
The market's already charging towards Wall Street's year-end targets. Oppenheimer's John Stolfus, the most bullish on the street, calling for 5,200 by year-end. Lisa, that's just 260 points from where the S&P closed on Friday.
All right, give me a bull, I'll give you a bear. Mike Wilson over the weekend, he was talking about why he doesn't have the same kind of conviction. They talked about
영어
sort of the fiction of the
자막이라도
broadening out. He wrote, so far in 2024, the laggards of 2023 are back to lagging, and the winners are back to winning. NVIDIA, when in doubt, it pays to go with the highest probability win.
Do more for your business with financing from Capitus.
This around the table, Stuart Kaiser, head of US trading strategy over at Citi, alongside the brilliant Bob Diamond. moment. Let's get straight into it, Stu. Good news is good news. You've talked about this for a long time. Is the news still good?
Yeah, I think the news is still good. I think the bar's a little bit higher, this year than it was last. If we were sitting here in, January 2023, we had a much different discussion in terms of where expectations were. So yeah, the data's coming in good. I think there's a few more blemishes on the data probably than we've seen in the last few months.
보니까 아나운서 분들이 이제 스튜디오로 들어왔네. 다행이네. 지난번 주 계속 밖에 있었고, 아니 힘들어 보이셨네요, 진짜.
What do you make of Michael's pushback on this broadening out of the rally, this idea that equal weight can outperform, that some of the beat-up stocks can start to shine again? Do you buy into that?
그러니까 아무래도 미국 대선이 진짜 큰 영향을 주지 않을까 싶어요. 혹시 그러니까 이것 때문에 계속 다 올라가고 있지 않을까?
We've just kicked off earnings season, so I think we want to get through earnings before we're going to try to pull the plug on that one. But yeah, we do believe in broadening out.
And this is something that's going to be key as people wonder when is Goldilocks, not Goldilocks. We were talking about Max Kettner earlier this morning, not buying it, saying things had run too fast. You point out that a notable slowing in U.S. labor data is a trigger for you. What does that mean? What's the trigger?
Look, it's payrolls, it's claims, it's credit card spending. Those are the three things we're really focusing on. I think if you were to think like soft landing, hard landing, your soft landing is payroll stay positive, unemployment stays below, let's say, 4.5. A harder landing is you're pretty negative payrolls, which I think would be incredibly negative for markets, and you get that unemployment rate above 4.5. So as a quick and dirty, those are levels we're looking at. Frankly though, I think if we start printing sub 100K jobs, the market's gonna have to obviously increase the probability of that downside tail, and it's gonna start to trade that way.
Bob, how frustrating is this story for you? Trying to work out the good news is actually good news.
Well, you phrased it perfectly in the story. I think this fits exactly what you're saying. If we go back
여러분 혹시 저녁을 드셨어요? 저는 아직이라서 일단은 추천을 좀 받을까 싶어요.
Now we get to this year, and every analyst is saying we're going to have cut after cut after cut, and I think we're back to that same position, which is, I think the consensus has got it wrong going into the first half of this year, right? Expecting, multiple interest rate cuts in the first half, when our view, similar to Stewart's, is the economy has some momentum. We're looking at continued growth this year, and if we get an economy in the first half of the year greater than 1%, which is the consensus, and the Fed has cut rates and goosed that a bit, I think they're going to be in a difficult position. So I just don't think they're going to do it.
Stuart?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the idea they're going to cut in March, obviously, starting to get priced out a little bit. I think our view on this would generally be the market is taking lead from the Fed. The Fed's telling you they're going to cut not like next, and they're pricing probabilistic outcomes. Just because of 6 cuts of price, it doesn't mean the market necessarily expects 6. The market might expect 2 with, what if we have to get 8, because the economy is weakening.
지금 숏으로 갔나?
I think the amount of cuts are too aggressive, but it's saying you're done hiking. So the next move is a cut, and now we're just
아니요, 저 지난번에 보셨잖아요, 주원 씨. 제 감은 훨씬 나요. 저 이제 주원 씨 말을 안 드릴게요.
This idea that a lot of some of the beat-up stocks, including regionals, can really shine this year.
쇼스는 아닌 것 같고 오늘은 잠깐 들어갔다가 나올 수 있는데 싫어요. 지금 아닌 것 같아요. 그거 봐요, 계속 올라가고 있죠. 아니야. 네, 분석도 안 할게. 진짜 분석도 안 할 거야. 진짜 이거 젠 외로 이거 이해하기가 진짜 어려워요. 이런 상황에 뭘 해야 될지는 진짜 모르겠어요. 골치 아파 진짜.
I do have to say, Bob, you've been really behind some pretty bold
그럼 알렉산더 씨는 어떤 포지션을 잡으려고 하시는 거예요 오늘? 좀 궁금해요. 여러분들의 오늘 같은 경우는 여러분들의 생각이 진짜 궁금해요. 되게 좋은 생각인 것 같아요. 저도 금일이 너무 충격을 받아가지고 오늘은 해야 되나 진짜. 이제 좀 무서워요. 참. 조셔야.
But I would say, secondly, the European banks capture that interest rate differential at a better level than the U.S. banks for all kinds of structural reasons. So I'm very much less bearish.
Interesting. Hey, Stuart, got to thank you. Good to see you, buddy. As always, Stuart Cantor there of City, alongside Bob Diamond. Bob Diamond, sticking with us.
1시간 있다가 들어갈 수 있을 것 같긴 하는데, 지금 같은 상황에는 소용이 없을 것 같아요. 에? 뭐야? 갑자기 왜 이래? 어디까지 올라가? 와, 미쳤다. 뭐야? 미쳤다, 진짜. 야, 이게 무슨 상황이야? 아이, 지금 들어갔을 거예요. 와, 이건 심각한디? 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 제 느낌상 주원 씨가 여기쯤 들어갔을 것 같은데요. 그쵸? 들어갔다가 계속 나가지 않을까 싶어. 지금 쭉 내려갔겠지? 진짜 위험하다. 아우 무서워. 아우 무서워.
Pretty much.
weeks of gains coming into Monday. 2 days of gains on the S&P 500, closing at all-time highs in Friday's session. Your equity market right now positive by 0.4%. On the Nasdaq 100, up by 0.75%. The Russell, the small caps participating as well, up by about 0.6 here. These as we turn our attention towards big cap tech over the next couple of weeks.
So can the broadening out continue? And this to me is really going to be key. Is people talk about where the profits are going to come from. If you take a look at the profitability of the Mag 7, it is shocking. They're expecting something like 40% increase in profits year over year. It's something insane. So can they continue to lead even as everything else lags behind?
Some move in the equity market happening though, even with these levels achieved in the bond
올라가-
market, the 2-year,
올라가고
the 10-year,
있네.
the 30-year. We had last week on a 2-year a 24 basis point move.
아우 무서워라. 아유 무서워라.
This morning down just by about 3 on a 10-year to 4.09%. But equity performance was decent in the face of a treasury market sell-off off the back of pretty solid data out of America last week, Ramo.
That's what everyone keeps saying. It matters why rates are going up. If they're going up because things look very good and it's a controlled kind of increase, it's not whipping around by 20 basis points every day or a couple hours, then a lot of people can lean into risk. And we keep hearing this, but there's got to be a break point, right? Where suddenly people have to reprice some of the valuations if you'll get materially higher than where they are now.
That's the bond market. Let's just finish on foreign exchange and take a sneak peek of what's happening in FX with the euro against the dollar. Unchanged at 108.98. I think you can just call that 109. Ramo. We've joked about how many times we've heard from Christine Lagarde, the ECB president. They just want to talk about the monetary policy, the pushback we saw politically from a central bank president last week against what was happening politically, not in Europe, but over in America potentially over the next 10 months, 11 months.
Talking about how it's going to be really negative for the Euro region if Donald Trump becomes the U.S. president again. There is this question of how much this is a policy issue that has to do with investing in Europe and right-sizing some of the technological investments, etc. But it does raise a question, right? How she's going to frame this in her press conference. Inevitably, someone's going to ask her, you know, aside from rate cuts, what are you looking at, and how do you respond to potential policy uncertainty over in the U.S.?
She's going to push the politics to one side and say this is about monetary policy today. Can she get away with that on
Let's see.
Thursday?
That's what I'm
I
wondering.
think it's going to be very difficult. I want to go back to how we started our week in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. We started by talking about how broken the European model was, the dependence on energy from Russia, on growth from China, on defense from the United States. What was interesting about how the week progressed, we actually saw a lot of leaders come out. The Dutch Prime Minister with us in Davos, Switzerland, saying that the former President Donald Trump was right. On NATO, we heard from Emmanuel Macron, the French leader, AMH, who said that we need a sovereign Europe. I would say they're on board with the idea that things are broken. We've got to do something about it.
Yeah, and they're looking internally to the single market. Emmanuel Macron saying they need a sovereign Europe. He said this before, but it seemed like he's ratcheting up that concern if you're looking at potentially Trump back in the White House. And Christine Lagarde, for 1 week, talked about Trump. So Francine asked about it. She said, oh, I'm going to need some coffee to talk about this. And then she ended her Davos week saying,
하늘이 생각보다 엄청 높아요.
for a second, Trump in Europe.
She's done it repeatedly last week. Let's get to some top stories. Understand this morning. The race for the Republican nomination down to 2. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis ending his campaign for president and endorsing frontrunner Donald Trump. The news coming ahead of tomorrow's New Hampshire primary, with Trump now set to go head-to-head with Nikki Haley. AMH is the last remaining GOP candidate.
And he's pulling ahead in New Hampshire. And this was supposed to be the place that Nikki Haley could potentially break out. This CNN poll yesterday that dropped was at 50% New Hampshire. So the question becomes, if it doesn't come close to that, or win New Hampshire,
When does the market care? Honestly, I mean, I keep wondering how people price this out because honestly, what we heard from a whole host of executives was we know what we're going to get from Joe Biden.
하늘을 보면 그쵸. 이제 앞으로 하늘보다는 그냥 우주로 가는 것 같아요.
And there's a real question about whether it will be basically the same on policies that are most important to markets.
We've seen a few of these, haven't you? A few electoral cycles. How different is this one for you?
I think it's not that different when you step back and look at kind of how this election is playing out from an international perspective. So kind of apropos of what you were saying about Christine Lagarde or Macron or the number of people that you would have seen in Davos last week, I think there is a surprise. It's like, are these really the two candidates? Is there no more change than this? And I think that's been fairly consistent over the last number of elections, where it's been kind of the standard bearers coming I do think there's a disappointment, as not that that's the most important thing, but I do think that there's a negative surprise internationally to these are the two candidates.
How relevant is the political story to your investment decisions? You mentioned Europe versus the United States before the commercial break. How relevant is it now?
You know, it's really interesting. The more you research the impact of elections on the markets, the more you realize there isn't one. It's not very relevant, Jonathan. And I've been trained in that way by Larry Cantor, our strategist, and other people. As you just go back through the records, what's happening
아니
in the
그때
elections
지금 뭐 좀
is not
발표가
having a big
있었나?
impact on the
내가 뭐
markets.
놓치는 거
What
있는
I'd
것
like to
같은데.
believe is the markets are just
근데 갑자기 왜
discounting
이렇게
this
올라갔을까?
before we start to consider it. So from our investment strategy, there's very little impact of what's happening in the election.
That's the domestic story. Let's talk about the international one. The White House warning Houthi attacks on ships in the Red Sea are unlikely to stop immediately and hinting at more action to come. US airstrikes destroying a Houthi anti-ship missile over the weekend in the latest efforts to stop the rebel attacks. President Biden's Deputy National Security Advisor telling ABC it will take time to play out and they'll, quote, have more to say about it soon. Anne-Marie, can you try and make sense of the communication on this very issue from the administration over the last weekend?
I think you said it best earlier when you said Biden was saying the quiet part out loud. The Houthis will not stop, but they will continue strikes. But the strikes are going after their material to strike the Red Sea. They're not actually going after leadership or something that could potentially put an end to this. So they're trying to degrade the Houthis' actions without spreading a wider conflict.
All I can say is, I don't know how much this has been priced into water club
야,
prices.
정말
And I really wonder if we start to hear about that on the
주식
earnings calls, this
시장이
idea
완전 난리가
that the freedom of the
났구나.
sea is being challenged in a material way, that they're going to have to take longer routes, that's going to pack in some longer times for delivery as well as for gas. Honestly, this to me seems like it should be hitting things much more directly. Mike Worth of Chevron pointing out that he's surprised that oil prices haven't responded more to this. And going forward, he's expecting, if there is some kind of increased altercation, prices to go back to $100 a barrel.
Sources local Apollo wrote about this over the weekend. The prospect of goods inflation returning. We'll catch up with Seth Carpenter at Morgan Stanley in the next hour to talk about some of these issues. I want to finish on this story. Macy's rejecting a $5.8 billion takeover from investors, claiming the offer lacked, quote, compelling value. The offer from Arkansas Brigade Capital, representing a roughly 19% premium to Macy's last closing price, but the retailer saying the investors failed to address concerns, Lisa, over their ability to finance the transaction.
This to me really highlights if we get lower rates, do you get more M&A? I'm sort of backing into this, but you take a step back. It's basically you can make highfalutin proposals. Where are you going to get the capital, especially given where the prices are right now? And if you don't have that viability, why should you accept that kind of takeover if we could just basically drag you through the mud in some sort of saga, which we've seen so many times before?
So which one was it? Was it about the availability of the capital or the price they were offering?
I mean, right. At a certain point, it's probably the price because it always comes down to price. But at the same time, if they're offering a price that can't come through on it, then it's a wholesale disaster. Whether this is just not wanting to let go and not wanting to just cannibalize the real estate portfolio is another debate.
How can we talk about capital availability? We've seen a lot of
보니까
issues.
지금 시즌자분들이 많이 늘려가지고 다들 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요.
As always,
그리고 좋아요 좀 눌러주시면 저는 기분이 너무 좋을 거예요.
go back to the credit
뭐
markets. I think,
구독하지 클릭할 필요가 없고 뭐 마음대로 하세요. 근데 좋아요 좀 눌러주세요.
The issuance of credit.
Issuance through the roof, Bramo, over the last month or so, last few weeks.
It's been one of the busiest Januaries for more than a decade, I believe, as people try to come back and get their capital up to date. I do wonder whether this is people who have been holding off who now have certainty that rates are going to be going down and they have certainty of their businesses, or if this is people who have been holding out for as long as they can and now they have to refinance. And I wonder if you get more of that down the line with companies with less secure business models, do you have a little bit more of a disruption because spreads are actually in, even with all this
We
issuance?
talked about that phrase last week in Davos, survive until 2025. The hope is that ultimately rates come down.
귀여운 척하는 거 아니고 원래 귀여운 거예요.
I just am wondering how many zombies are going to come out of the woodwork. I mean, I know Tom with his zombie roll-up. There is this question of, okay, there are some companies that were sustained by zero-rate policies,
갑자기 왜 이렇게 떨어지네?
Let's get you some of the headlines from stories elsewhere this morning. Let's cross over to Danny
잉?
Berger. Morning, Danny.
뭐지?
Good morning, John. The Republican
뭐지,
presidential
뭐지?
primary is now down to 2 candidates. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis dropped out on Sunday, leaving Nikki Haley and Donald Trump to battle it out in New Hampshire tomorrow. DeSantis has endorsed the former president, who is the current frontrunner. Macy's is walking away from a $5.8 billion takeover bid. Investors Ark House Management and Brigade Capital Management had offered a deal that represents about a 19% premium to the close on Friday. Macy's board, though, declined to provide due diligence to Ark House and Brigade. Ark House says it is, quote, highly motivated to make a deal. And shares of Boeing drop in the pre-market trade as the FAA tells airlines to check parts of another 737 model produced by the manufacturer. The regulator recommended inspecting the same type of door plugs that failed on an Alaska air flight earlier in the month. Boeing shares have fallen almost 14% since the mid-air blowout of the 737 MAX 9 door. And that's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Danny, thank you. Up next on the program, the Fed remains patient.
When the time is right to begin lowering
근데
rates,
지금
I believe
들어가는 게
it
낫지
can
않을까요?
and should be
그러면서
lowered methodically and
같이
carefully.
기회라고 했어.
That's next on the
저기요.
program. You're watching.
일단은 아신지 모르겠지만 인터넷 방송은 딜레이 있어요. 딜레이 한 30초나 1분 정도야? 모르겠는데 아무래도 딜레이 있으니까 주원씨 저한테 얘기하셔도 타이밍을 벌써 외쳐버렸어.
Greener, but you have to ensure you're authentic because they hate greenwashing. But what is very important to remember is that none of them, whether they're young or not, will ever sacrifice product quality and efficacy to sustainability, which is why part of the big transformation of our R&I, where there's this €1 billion we spend every year, most of it is spent on transforming our formulas from petrochemicals to biosourced ingredients and green sciences, but without losing efficacy.
아니 원래 해외선물 해왔던 분들이 지금도 아마 좀 조심스럽지 않을까요? 이제 다른 유튜브 분들도 가끔 보고 있거든요. 그분들도 지금 막막해요. 어떻게 해야 되나, 어떻게 들어가야 되나, 언제쯤 타이밍을 잡아야 되나 이렇게 하고 있는데 저도 지금 마찬가지예요. 여러분들이 이렇게 하시면 저는 이게 그냥 오늘 쉬어야 될 텐데.
That's the latest from Fed Governor Christopher Waller speaking to the Brookings Institute last week. Lisa, I did not hear the month of March from any Fed official over the last week.
They all tried to push back, and this whole idea that this time is going to look a little bit different just because inflation is structurally higher and there's no need to cut rates dramatically. Still, you're seeing buy the dip out there, and the dip being the bond market selling off. We saw that from Matt Hornbaugh, who wrote in a paper over the weekend. He's the head of macro strategy at Morgan Stanley. This is the dip we have been looking to buy. With less fiscal support and much colder weather, we see downside risks to U.S. activity delivered in February. So blame the weather, blame the fact that you have perhaps less fiscal support, but maybe the data is going to turn.
Cassie Barrett with us around the table. Fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. Cassie, good morning. The perceived gap between the Federal Reserve and markets, and closing that gap with the market coming up to the
감정으로 읽었어요.
as that why, right? So Waller was maybe pushing back on the timing, but I think what he was mainly pushing back on is this idea of very aggressive cuts. So if you remember on the way up, we were hiking 75 basis points a clip. I think what he was trying to push back on is on the way down, this is going to be much more gradual and methodical. Don't expect us to be cutting as fast as we were hiking because we're not in an emergency environment. We're in an environment where the labor market is still healthy, inflation is coming down. That justifies cuts. Pretty much everyone on the FOMC, if you look back at the dot plot, only two showed the Fed funds rate unchanged by the end of the year. So everyone's in consensus there. It's really about the speed. So I actually don't see a huge gap between the market and what the Fed ultimately wants to do.
So 6 rate cuts this year you think is plausible with the rhetoric that we've heard from the Fed?
It is still plausible. I mean, there's only a certain number of meetings in the year, so as you push back on March, that is one less meeting that can be achieved. But I look at the path of the Fed funds rate not just over the calendar year of 2024, because I think we get a little obsessed with these calendar years, and I look at where is the Fed funds rate troughing at? It's troughing at 3.3%. That's the bottom in which the market is pricing the Fed funds rate to get to. That's a reasonable easing cycle. It's not an overly aggressive easing cycle. It's an easing cycle I think is still consistent with soft landing pricing.
What I'm struggling with is there is an inconsistency with this idea of rate cuts, aggressive or not, gradual, sure, but rate cuts that deep with an economy that's moving as robustly as we're hearing. Is that dissonant for you or does that make sense?
So I think that the economy does need to moderate for the Fed to continue to have confidence that inflation is going to be sustainably at 2%. So, you know, this isn't supposed to be a situation where inflation touches down to 2% and takes back off. This needs to be an extended stay at 2%. And the way that they get confidence in that is if the labor market cools enough. But I do think under the surface, the labor market is cooling. So, for instance, if you take a look at private payrolls and you strip out government hiring, which tends to accelerate in the late cycle, which is something we've seen time and time again, and you take out education and healthcare, we're actually grinding down to nearly zero on private payrolls growth when you exclude those categories. So I think things are softening, but we do need to be cognizant of that. The fact that the Fed is considering rate cuts does introduce a new tail risk that we weren't thinking about in 2023, which is the reacceleration risk, and we are cognizant of that.
나스닥은 진짜 미쳤나 봐.
falling, things are slowing and getting weaker.
Right. Well, there's two different pieces of the labor market puzzle, right? You have layoffs, which are still low, but you have hiring, which is slowing, and I think that makes sense. Just think about companies, right? How do they behave when demand is moderating? They don't immediately fire everyone. They first start by looking to cut back people's hours, which you have seen. And then also, maybe they don't need to raise wages as much as they did. And then firing, they are going to be more hesitant to do that, particularly based on how hard it was to find those people in the first place. So yes, there's a little bit of dissonance there. There are a lot of data points that are kind of sporadic right now, which I think is indicative of kind of an inflection point. I think you do see more data pointing in different directions when you're at a turning point in the economy. So baseline, I think you still need the economy to cool to get the Fed to cut, but that is our expectation.
Well, this is a question for business operators. The decision that they've got to make ultimately to perhaps hold talent. Do you think this labour market, this cycle that we're starting to see emerge is going to be different to what we've seen in cycles gone by?
Yeah, I think Kelsey's point, which is that over the last couple of years, I think hiring talent has been more challenging than it has normally been. People aren't going to forget that.
진짜 위험하겠다.
So I think I wouldn't have thought hoarding talent would be the way, but I do think cutting talent from people would be very, very challenging. I don't think the environment's calling for it yet, neither is Kelsey, but I do think people will recall that we've been through probably the most challenging market for hiring talent since COVID began that I've seen in my career.
So I'm wondering what you think what Kelsey was talking about, given the fact that you see only 2 rate cuts this year maximum, and think that the Fed doesn't have the room to cut rates very aggressively. Where do you diverge from what Kelsey is
저 아직은 사실 이렇게 큰 변동성이 있으면 자신이 없어요.
And that they haven't made their decision. I think where we So I think they're going to be extremely cautious. The last thing I'd say is if, I'm a bit of a historian. I mentioned the work I do with our operating partner, Larry Cantor, earlier. He worked with the Fed for many years. And if you go back through history of the Fed, the bar for reversing course is very, very high. So there's no question there's a pause. There's no question their intention is to not raise rates anymore. But the actual bar for reversal, because of the signal with reversal, is very high. I think they're going to be really cautious. And my sense is it's going to be second half.
There's a lot to unpack there. I want to focus on the fiscal actually for a minute because there's $162 billion of auctions just this week alone. 2-year notes tomorrow, 5-year notes Wednesday, $41 billion of 7-year
지금
notes
다
on Thursday. Kelsey, when do people start to care
조심하고 있는 것
about the
같아요.
deficit again? Are we one bad
저
option from
말고도
Turkish
다른
premium
사람들이
maybe
지금
to
어떻게 해야 할지는 모르겠고 지금 다들 대기주
there is demand that's meeting the supply. It's not just in treasuries. We've had a tremendous few weeks in investment grade credit. For example, I think just to speak to the amount of the way that sentiment has shifted over the last 12 months, you think about the regional banks and the issuance that they've done over the past week. These are, banks that wouldn't have been able to issue last spring, and you wouldn't have been able to sell paper even if you tried. And now they're issuing with little concession and, multiple times oversubscribed on the books. So it's been a really large sentiment shift, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. But just getting back to this idea of where this risk that the Fed may be more cautious and more gradual. I actually think that that's not in that environment for fixed income investors, because while we're waiting for them to decide when the first cut is going to come, you can collect that carry. But then in the event that the economy does slow down more, the Fed has more policy space than they've had in a very long time. You think about how much they cut during COVID. They cut 200 basis points because that's the only space they had. They were at 2 3/8 and they had to cut to 0. Now they have a lot of policy space. They have a lot of ammunition to help the economy if things do slow. So risk reward for fixed income investors is really good.
You talked about the potential of going back to, say, 330 on Fed funds. What do you think about the longer end of the curve? Because presumably what I'm hearing from you is investment risk, whether you're looking at T-bills maturing and reinvesting that capital. You don't want to miss out on this move further out the curve. If yields are at, 4% now, you risk them dropping to, 3.5%?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So typically what happens with the shape of the yield curve is ultimately most of the volatility in the yield curve is going to be driven by the front end. So it's the story over longer periods of time is that as the Fed is cutting rates, you see the curve. As the Fed is hiking rates, you see the curve flattening. As the Fed is cutting rates, you see the curve steepening, right? So we're entering a period where the Fed's on pause. The next move is going to be a cut. Ultimately, in that environment, the curve is going to be steeper. In the very short term, as March is being priced out in terms of the market probability, I think you could actually see a little bit of tactical flattening, but that's very much on the margin. In general, big picture, over cycles, if the Fed is cutting rates, you're seeing the curve steepen.
Are you more bullish right now on treasuries than you are on corporate credit?
That's a tough one, but I would say we're actually feeling very good about corporate credit as well, and particularly investment grade and high quality, because, again, that risk reward we see is very favorable. The technicals are a big part of that market, and we're seeing quite a lot of demand come in. I think there were a lot of people who were concerned in November and December that they missed the rally. So if you look at how much the U.S. aggregate was up in November and December, it was about 8%, which is absolutely massive. And there were a lot of people asking the question, did they miss it? And I think the point is, any of these backups is really an opportunity for those people to get invested, lock in yields that you really haven't been able to achieve in a high-quality fixed income portfolio in multiple decades.
Kelsey, this was great. Kelsey Barrow there of JP Morgan Asset Management alongside the brilliant Bob Diamond of Atlas Merchant Capital. You heard that one, Bramo. Lock it in. I've heard that so much over the last 6 months.
Yeah, although if you're locking it in right now, we're looking at spreads on investment grade credit that are the lowest going back to February 2022. So I don't know if you've missed it, but the idea of selling it off, this is such a confusing market. This is not what we normally expect with credit spreads.
What did Steve Major say over at HSBC? We've talked about this lots. The demand now at 4 is greater than the demand existed when we were at 5.
Yeah,
it's just the way markets work.
Yeah, when something's on sale, you don't want it. Yeah, exactly. When it's really
Price
expensive.
starts climbing.
You just
Go to
all
use
in.
it. No, I know. It's a psychology thing. Bob is going to say it. Thank you, sir. Coming up on this program, Ellie.
If you think about some of the more dominant apps today, it took time for them to become juggernauts. Some investors identify the thing correctly, but then they sell too early. If we've done the work correctly, we can identify the secular winners and stay invested over time.
Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we're seeing is a new area of opportunities for founders to change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher firms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
There's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even say Alaska as well, or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anymore.
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that we haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth, and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
Top names in climate finance are on Bloomberg.
I can't tell whether you're optimistic or pessimistic about climate finance.
A lot of great stuff is happening, but is it enough? No, it's not enough.
I'm biased. I'm a huge investor in both fission and fusion, and hoping that it comes in time. Transition is not going to be an event. It's a process.
But at the end of the day, it's the right thing for the planet, it's the right thing for the industry, and there is business opportunity.
We are very pleased with what's happening with automotive. We're now working with virtually every car company.
The innovation from our new products and services, that's really what will drive us forward.
We have better jobs, we have better national security, better economic, and we're ready for a turbulent world.
Travel is doing very well. Entertainment is doing very well. Wellness products are doing very well.
I think you're going to see the banks do really, really well, and they're going to be a wonderful performing asset in 2024.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance alongside Lisa Abramowitz, together with Anne-Marie Hordern. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your equity market at all-time highs on Friday. Your equity market this morning adding some weight to that rally, positive by 0.4%.
지금 발표 시작하기 전에 30분 전 지금 보니까 차트 보니까 좀 안 좋은 쪽인 상황이긴 한데 들어가기 애매해. 원래 같은 상황에는 제가 좀 일찍 들어가서 조금씩 모았다가 하려고 했는데 지금 방법이 뭔지 잘 모르겠어요.
We often ask this question on your dashboard right now. What's your North Star? What's guiding you? Which economic data point? To pick one from the last 12 months, it might be jobless claims. Jobless claims dropping last week. These are the standout to me, not retail sales. Jobless claims back at 187k.
And we talked to the executive Manpower Group, which is the biggest staffing firm globally, and they're saying the same thing, that people are able to get hired. So if the labor market is good, and we were just talking to Steve Kaiser, that's his lodestar, then what's exactly going to cause things to turn the other way? The kicker, though, is if that's the case, why should the Fed cut so aggressively, and has that fully been pushed?
Stuart's been clear. Good news is good news, and based on the communication we've had from the Federal Reserve in the last week, that's been reinforced by the economic data. Let's get to the price action right now. Positive by 0.4% on the S&P 500. In the bond market, yields just a little bit lower, down about 3 basis points, Lisa. Let's call it 4.1% on a 10-year.
And really, to me, the big test is going to be on Friday. We get more PCE, that key inflation measure the Fed looks at. If you see it coming in as aggressively as some people are expecting, it's supposed to maybe stay in line, then do you get a sort of leaning into this Goldilocks
갑자기
that everyone's been playing
너무
into?
많이 떨어지네. 진짜 미치겠다. 어떻게 해야 할지
And that's the
모르겠어.
market with a big move on Nvidia coming up on this program about 90 minutes away until the opening bell with stocks sitting at all-time highs. We'll talk
진짜
lots about
빨리
financials in the last couple of weeks. Wall Street is done. We'll talk more about big tech in the weeks to come. Microsoft next week, Apple the following week in early February. And we're going to talk about the president. President Biden getting his wish, consumer confidence beginning to bounce. Did Nikki Haley
제가
and
보니까
Marie get her wish?
오늘의 제 라이브 방송은 완전 나가리 됐습니다. 와.
But I think he did her a favor by dropping out before because at least it gives her that opportunity to
무섭네요.
get some of those DeSantis votes.
무서워요. 어떡해요.
It is Trump's to lose.
어?
He's at 50% now to her 30-something.
I'm sick of talking about this.
여러분,
Starting, we heard from Bob Diamond this idea.
이걸 싫어요?
This is what he said too. He said that there's a little bit of disappointment just in general that these are the two candidates and that maybe that's the risk that people are kind of leaning into.
이거 아니잖아요.
Could we have done better than this?
I know. That's
See it in the polls. You see it in the polls repeatedly.
It's the election. It's the election Americans don't want. They don't want this rematch, but it's the election they're going to get.
Which begs the question, what's turnout going to be like at this election, given that there is basically no enthusiasm to end up with these two candidates?
Especially in the groups that the Biden administration is going after. The
여러분, 오늘은 그냥 쉬시죠. 이건 진짜
Kelly Lyons down in Washington joining us in just a moment. We need to talk about this as well. Rejecting a $5.8 billion takeover. Macy's Bramo is pushing back hard.
You raised this question, is it because of valuation it's a 19% premium or is it because of questions around financing? The issue with Macy's is it has a lot of hope that it can rejigger itself as some sort of juggernaut of the shopping retail experience, but other people are saying it's just a real estate shop, that essentially they just need to sell their businesses. So at what point do they start to have some real questions about the
지금 계속 벌어지고 있네요.
Is it about the valuation or about the availability of capital? We talked about that briefly. Sounds like the latter, not the former.
Well, I was about to say, I have a feeling I know where you stand on that. Like, isn't it about
12시에 일할 평기 성능 지수 하나 있네요. 아, 이거는 저 몰랐네요.
although if you want to discredit them in a more significant way, they're also
12시쯤에도 봐야 될 것
it's like we're
같은데.
not for sale. It's just that we want a better sale from someone who's a little bit better.
One might have the actual money to follow through. Sure. Okay. I think we agree. All right. Let's begin with our top story. Stocks sitting at all-time highs.
아, 그래서 그런가? 그 기업들 실적 발표가 많으니 시간 괜찮게 할 때, 그쵸. 그래서 이렇게 와리가리 하는 거구나.
And a typical cycle in an election year where it's hard to have a recession. Alicia Levine joined us now for more. Alicia, good morning.
Good morning.
You've got to get to the election piece of that. Why is it hard to have a recession in an election year?
We had news in the last
그러니까
3
오늘
days that
같은
tells you there's going to be another
상황은
fiscal bill.
진짜 위험할
Right?
수도
So
있어요.
the administration in a re-election year has tools in its toolcase to really steady the economy if there's any slowdown. And so what Biden's going after the consumer, the tax credit to consumers, the financial modeling and gap in taking some of those tax cuts from Trump that were going to expire, bring it back 100% expensing. So what we see is $100 billion coming out of the gate in fiscal that's going to steady the corporate sector and the household sector. And then 2024 is the year that $2 trillion of stimulus that was passed in the last couple of years for the IRA, the CHIPS Act, and the infrastructure bill is going to come on board. So you're starting to see the money pumping from Washington again, even though we thought it was all over, and it's not all over.
So this really begs the question, just on the bond side of things, isn't this going to blow up the bond market if fiscal support actually accelerates, not declines, as so many people are expecting?
So that's a really interesting question. I think what's going to also happen this year is that you're going to have better tax receipts because of the stock market and because of corporate profitability last year. And so come April and come the quarterly tax season, you're going to see greater receipts than last year, okay, which is going to steady the deficit. And once that happens, that will steady the bond market. So that risk, yes, overall, like why are we doing more fiscal? The fiscal's already been spent, right? It's already been spent, but we're getting more tax receipts. And so that's going to help steady the issuance.
We heard a little bit about this from Bob Diamond in the last hour, this concern about fiscal deficits. He's saying that it's not going to be an issue for the market this year, but will be next year. At what point people start to get actually concerned about the U.S. financial health?
So people will start getting concerned about it after the election year. Nobody, neither the challenger or the incumbent cares about the fiscal health of the U.S. while they're running, right? Because in the end, politicians are put on earth to give away things and not take them away. And that hasn't happened in a really long time. If you go back to the end of the end of the Berlin Wall, right? Go back over the last 30 years or so. Every administration, whether Democrat or Republican, cut taxes, okay, and did fiscal spend. So the opposite, what you would expect to happen, is really painful. Nobody remembers what it's like to have austerity, and neither of them is running on it. So if it's going to happen, it's going to have to be the bond market saying it. It's going to have to be Congress saying it. It's going to be the other side of the election. So 2025, you could have the conversation.
The bond market whispered it in October, yes, and then took it back pretty quickly for like a month or something like that. Alicia, we're talking exclusively about the United States.
Correct.
Europe's struggling. China, the data out of China is still pretty dreadful. Are we basically firing on one engine at the moment in the global economy?
It looks that way, and it looks like it could be that way. Because what's going on in the Red Sea is actually more of a risk to Europe than it is to the U.S. So oil and gas prices and just the proximity creates an inflation risk for Europe in a way that just doesn't here. We're just not as levered to that problem. And then China, as we know, simply can't get out of its own way. I mean, it's really the third year that the market is terrible. The sentiment is so bad. I would have to expect that there's an opportunity somewhere, but we hold our clients out of China because we just think it's not a place that you can, as a fiduciary, that you can put client capital.
You think it's uninvestable?
Essentially.
For the time being, what would you look to change that?
I think the corporate governance. I mean, in the end, you don't own shares of corporate China. You don't own it. In the end, the political party is sitting at the top of the corporate structure of every large company and small company in China. Very hard to invest that way. So, if you're fiduciary, as we are, that's just not something that we can model or that we can risk out.
Every time
But we like emerging markets. I just wouldn't be.
Can you strip out China from it? What does that even look like?
You could. I mean, in the end, if you look at who gains if China fails, well, you've got Vietnam and you've got Mexico and you have India. So you can, and in fact, China's loss are those countries' gains.
Although at this point, are you betting on some sort of ongoing economic malaise that could have some sort of trigger, or just you can't invest there because you don't know what the rules are going to be? Is there a distinction?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Am I worried about the fundamentals in China, or am I
Think about compounding GDP growth in China, and yet you made zero investing in China. So when China slows down, why do you think you're going to make money in China if you couldn't make money in China when it was growing 8, 7, 6%?
다른
You're not going to
얘기
make
받고
money in
있을
China
때,
if it's growing 4, 5%.
지금
It's actually extraordinary looking at the chart. You made no money in China.
시장이 애매해서 언제 들어가야 될지 계속 보거든요. 근데 차트만 봐야 되는데 뭐지 인터넷 들어갈 수도 없어요. 제가 모니터 워낙 짭이니까 이렇게 보고 다른 일도 하고 있어요. 돈을 벌어야 되니까요. 지금 계속 기다려봐야죠.
Good morning, John. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has dropped out of the presidential race and has endorsed a former president. The GOP nomination is now down to 2 candidates, with Donald Trump front-running Nikki Haley. Voters head to the polls tomorrow for the New Hampshire primary. ADM is placing its CFO on leave and cutting its earning outlook. That's pending an investigation into the agricultural trading giant's accounting practices. The probe is in a response to a voluntary document request by the SEC. Shares of ADM are dropping in the pre-market trade. And shares of Boeing are extending declines in the pre-market trade as the FAA tells airlines to check parts of another 737 model. The regulator recommended inspecting the two parts that failed on the Alaskan Airlines flight earlier this month.
넓은 큰 편이 아니라서
14% since the
놔둘 데가 없어요.
737 MAX 9 door. And that's a Bloomberg brief. John.
Danny, thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, the GOP field is narrowing.
I am today suspending
그리고 제가 해외선물은 우리가 지난번에 얘기하듯이 저한테 완전 그냥 취미생활이라서 되게 스케일이 좀 생각보다 작고 저는 사실 되게 지금 만족해요. 지금 매수 좀 들어가 볼까? 일단 들어가 볼게요. 잘 모르겠는데 일단 들어가 보고 도저히 안 되겠다 싶으면 바로 나갈게. 맞을지는 잘 모르겠는데 일단 가보시죠. 너무 아니다. 너무 아니다.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector across global markets.
Real-time data aspect is going to be.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the.
사실 원래 제 전략은 그냥 매매해놓고 안 보는 게 전략인데 왜냐면 너무 털리니까 약간 안 좋은 상황 같은 경우는 있으면 지금처럼 좀 안 좋은 상황이 있으면 빨리 성 빼야 되는데 근데 지금은 봐야 될 것 같아요. 제 전략을 좀 포기해야 되나 싶어요.
York City, a little more than 60 minutes until the opening bell in New York on Wall Street. Every future shaping up as follows for the S&P 500. And it's some way to the all-time high that we saw the close on Friday. We're up by 0.4% on the S&P. At the surveillance this morning, DeSantis is out. The GOP field is narrowing.
I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear.
Ron DeSantis dropping out of the presidential race, throwing his support behind Donald Trump. Just days ahead of the New Hampshire primary, where the latest polls show the former president widening his lead over Nikki Haley. Trump welcoming the endorsement from the Florida governor, and we said this. I look forward to working with Ron. That was a change of tone in the last 24 hours.
Oh, not just that, a change of tone. He also said he's going to be retiring his nicknames for the governor of Florida, especially since he's been calling him Ron DeSanctimonious. He says that's over now that he's come out and endorsed me. Jonathan, a scathing opinion piece this morning from Politico. They weigh in saying, quote, perhaps Trump's vast lead cannot be overcome, and this was the wrong cycle for DeSantis to run. Perhaps for someone so uncomfortable with people, this was the wrong decade or century. Still, that's no excuse for misspending over $130 million in running the worst presidential campaign in history. And I gotta be honest, when you read the whole piece, this is actually some of the least scathing bit of this piece from Politico. Just absolutely dumping on DeSantis' campaign how
애매하네. 어우, 잠깐만 너무
No, this idea
너무
of
떨어졌네.
talking about this idea with this Twitter or X
They thought it was going to be edgy.
They thought it was going to be edgy. It just failed. And then he was talking about how they broke the internet. They said, no, it just failed. And that was sort of the question. It's sort of
선택이었을까요?
I will just say at this point, big question about where that support goes. Does that help Nikki Haley? This is what Nikki Haley's wanted all along. Has it come too late? Is it enough?
Let's talk about that right now with Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons, live from New Hampshire. Kaylee, walk us through how different New Hampshire will be versus Iowa just a week ago.
Well, in some ways, John, New Hampshire won't be drastically different for DeSantis no longer being in the race. He was polling in low single digits here, roughly 6% in the latest polls that we had been seeing. So his departure may help perhaps Trump on the margin, but still it largely is the two-person race that Nikki Haley was painting in a picture of as we emerge from Iowa. But in terms of actually how New Hampshire is different than Iowa, demographics are a huge part of it. Iowa obviously has a strong conservative base, a lot of evangelicals in the first-in-the-nation caucus state. Those lended their support more to Trump. Nikki Haley really struggled to get those voters. What she's going to try to do here in New Hampshire is capture all of the independents
아니야. 올라갈 것 같은데요. 일단은 조금 맛보고 뭐 2,000, 5,000 분위기를 볼 때 그때 다시 빼야 될 것 같은데.
In this state, I think about what his father used to say, which is Iowa picks corn, New Hampshire picks president. But it looks like when you look at the polls, he backed the wrong person to be
와,
the next potential president.
또 떨어지네. 미치겠다.
Obviously is very popular in New Hampshire, and he is still standing by Nikki Haley as a candidate. He is not a Trump Republican, even though he has said he would support him if Trump ultimately becomes a Republican nominee. He does not think that he holds Republican values, and he thinks Nikki Haley still could have a chance. That said, he and even Nikki Haley herself are starting to set the bar lower for her as we actually approach primary day tomorrow. He's suggesting that a strong second place showing something better than Iowa will be enough momentum to carry her forward in this race.
아, 주한 씨 제가 실패할 때마다 너무 즐거우신 거 아니죠? 너무 하시네요, 진짜.
Until Super Tuesday that she's going to have to start winning in some of those states come early March. But he also talked about the economy. I asked him, you know, we have a stock market at the record high. We have unemployment still below 4%. The labor market's hanging in there. Inflation is down. Is this not something that any future president, perhaps future President Haley, would want to emulate? He was criticizing the Biden administration, and this is what he told me in response.
Let's look at national credit card debt. Let's look at what everybody owes, right? The spending that has gone on, not just with the government, but now with personal spending, and the fact that inflation is crushing things. And this whole idea that the Fed is coming out and going to lower rates,
매번 쓰냐면 아니죠. 하.
Just as in Iowa, the economy is top of mind for voters, but so too is immigration issue of the border. And Nikki Haley essentially is suggesting that she will be able to do what President Trump could not during his first term, which is actually secure the border, do things like finish the border wall. The governor told us that the difference between Haley and Trump isn't necessarily in policy, but the ability to execute on that policy.
So, Kaylee, the big question going into tomorrow is where does the DeSantis votes go then? Does she pick any of them up? But I guess you have to think it's only 5%, so it's still a long shot for her if you look at the polls.
Yeah, exactly. He just wasn't a significant factor in New Hampshire, nor was Vivek Ramaswamy, who also dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump after Iowa. It does seem, though, that probably by and large more DeSantis would go
안 보여요.
but the gap that she's currently facing, at least if polling is correct, is just so large that even those marginal DeSantis votes aren't necessarily going to make a difference. So it really becomes a question of what exactly Haley and the campaign define a strong second as. If you are coming in double digits below the former president in New Hampshire, again a state with those moderate and independent voters that you are trying to attract, is that really
오케이 올라가자. 오케이 좋아.
South Carolina, that primary, of course, is on February 24th. Yes, the Haley campaign has resources. She is backed by Americans for Prosperity Action, the Koch Super PAC. And yet, as we see with Ron DeSantis, it feels that a lot more individuals, including those who are also running against Trump in this campaign, are just falling in line behind him. And I was at an event last night with many Republican strategists who have been involved in these primary campaigns in past cycles. All of them kind of discussing that there is an inevitability that Trump is going to be the nominee.
Kaylee, great update. Appreciate it. Kenny Lines there.
올라가나요? 올라가고 있는 것 같아요.
Alicia, let's finish on the politics if we can. We talked about this last week on this program. The candidate Trump.
올라가자.
So this market at one point.
맛보기를 하려고 했는데 맛이 왜 이렇게 써요?
Usually it happens around August, September is when you start seeing clear bifurcations in different sectors over the polling of who's the best. That's really when you're going to see it. And like healthcare, for instance, is the sector that you see it most. So if
10,000원이라도 벌자 진짜.
expect weaker healthcare, if it's Trump, less of an issue for healthcare. I mean, still not the favorite. You know, the pharmaceutical industry is not the favorite of either party, but still worse under the Democrats. Tech probably does better under the Republicans because I would get the FTC challenge goes away also. So you know, the Republicans just aren't really good at regulating, right? They're hard.
저 사실 지금 타이밍을 잡으려고 하는데 뺄 타이밍. 이거 아닌 것 같아요 진짜. 너무 애매해요. 그냥 무서워요. 안 할 거예요. 아니야. 안 할 거예요. 지금 뭐 계속 올라가고 있는데 아우 저 충분해요. 그만. 일단 또 기다려야 될 것 같아. 지금 10시 30 몇 시 25분 있는데 30분에 잘 뺐어. 바로 떨어지네. 무서워라 진짜. 와 진짜. 그러니까 1,700원은 좀 심하긴 하는데 마이너스 아니에요. 제일 중요한 거는 마이너스 아니다는 건. 진짜 그거 봐요. 잘 뺐어요. 바로 떨어지네 진짜. 난 더 기다려봐야 될 것 같아요. 긴장돼서 갑자기 배고프지네. 숏은 좀 일단은 좀 나쁘지 않은 생각일 수도 있는데 아직은 타이밍이 아닌 것 같아요. 계속 올라갔네. 완전 너무 새벽이네 진짜. 저 이제 자신이 없어요. 오늘 좀 들어지지 않을까?
I think the opportunity for the NBA with the local teams would be to own all that themselves.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street.
분석보다는 그냥 제 감을 지금 보고 있어요. 전 여기 차트 보는 거 아니고 제 감정, 제 감. 원래 여자 감은 장난 아닌다는 거 아시죠?
60 minutes away from the opening bell, equity futures look like this on the S&P 500, pushing higher once again on a two-day winning streak as we close out Friday. 2 weeks of gains at record highs.
많이 떨어지네. 매도.
Up by 0.7, up by 0.75% on a Russell. The small caps pushing.
와, 많이 떨어지네. 봐봐.
10-year, 30-year, 2-year up by something like 24 basis
여러분들 한번 좀 해보세요. 매도 해보시고 나중에 후기 좀 알려주세요.
Supportive of higher yields. Just go through it all. Clean sweep, Lisa. Retail sales, jobless claim, consumer confidence right across the board looking strong.
And it seemed to really edify this idea of a soft landing because not only was consumer confidence the strongest growing for more than a year, but you also saw the expectation for inflation coming down. So there's an idea the Fed can land this, and it's great for risk.
맞아요. 진짜 잘 빠져나왔어요. 역시 제 감은 실망하지 않을 거예요. 앞으로도 이렇게 쭉 맞으시면 좋겠어요.
Basically, in Europe, they're more concerned about the politics in the United States than investors in the United States should be, because capital, if you look at worldwide, capital is treated better in America than anywhere else, and for that matter, she is bullish US equities versus everything else.
It was funny because she was talking about all of her conversations internationally, and she just kept saying they're more worried than we are. We're looking at it, understanding that all of
오시는 분위기.
markets go up.
아마도요. 조금 그래 매도로 들어와. 근데 갑자기 팍 그렇게 발사.
from Davos, Switzerland for our audience worldwide.
아니야.
Good afternoon.
숏타임 아니거든.
Everyone's just focusing on Donald Trump. Everyone is talking about behind the scenes. No one really wants to talk about
조금 있다가
it.
계속
The elephant in the
올라갈 듯.
room or the Swiss Alps.
Everything changes if Trump wins.
쭉쭉쭉 올라갈 듯. 거의 여기까지 올라가지 않을까 싶어요. 물론 이것도 그냥 제 간이거든요. 계속 떨어지네. 일단은 가봅시다. 매드로 가보고 안 되면 안 되면 어쩔 수 없어. 오늘은 제 마음이 완전 와리가리하네. 일단은 매수로 하고 지금 매도를 해버리고 네, 일단 가보시죠. 일단 지금 맛보기 말고 본격적으로 가는 거예요. 아하하. 많이 떨어지네. 전 그냥 감으로 가는 거예요. 올라가면 안 되는데. 일단 본격적으로 들어갔으니까 일단 쭉 가보시죠. 어떻게 될지는 잘 모르겠고 쭉 가보시죠.
Switzerland and the World Economic Forum. Part of that story, investors paring back rate cut bets for 2024. Morgan Stanley's Seth Carpenter eyed the middle of the year, writing this: "We look for Fed discussions at upcoming meetings resulting in a June start to taper, earlier than our previous expectation. But the market narrative that the end of QT is coming soon has been overdone. Earlier start will be paired with a slower taper." Seth Carpenter, I'm pleased to say, joins us now for more. Seth, wonderful to catch up with you, sir. Let's get straight into it. The Federal Reserve likes clean sequencing. It's why they waited. Before they started hiking interest rates, they had to
달려봅시다.
Can you just walk us through the QT then rate cut sequencing and the timing of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do prefer clean sequencing, but when it comes to rate cuts right now, they've been clear. They want interest rates to be their primary tool for policy, and in that regard, they will take the data as they come and they'll react. They prefer clean sequencing, but I'm not sure that it's going to be the end of the story. You know, they're looking at different things going on in the economy. Inflation's coming down decisively. The economy is slowing, but in our view, not falling off a cliff. And so they're going to be taking a read on that macro outlook to figure out when to cut rates. Our baseline is June, but the market's sort of, in my view, a little bit over its skis, looking for, you know, now a little bit less probability, less than half for March, but still high probability there. We think the data sort of pushed them off until June. A different part of their conversation is about their balance sheet. So they have said literally for well over a year that at some point they'll slow things down. And the indications they've given us is that the key to slowing down that balance sheet unwind is when the reverse repo facility, that place where money funds are putting their cash with the Fed, once that's been drained down to zero, then they're going to look for a slower pace of things. So they actually are going to have to do a little bit of walking and chewing gum at the same time, but they've been planning this for long enough.
Okay.
This is really going to the heart
of some of the quantitative tightening going on. You think that they're going to have to taper it?
내려갑시다. 내려갑시다.
Schedule. Have you been surprised by how resilient things have been? Are you concerned more now than you were 3 weeks ago about a reacceleration of inflation?
So I'm not really. We've had literally since the first quarter of 2022 a soft landing call. So Ellen Zentner, my U.S. economist, and her whole team, they've been doing lots of great work. The labor market this cycle is just different than lots of other cycles. We came out of COVID. We came out of a pandemic. Firms had overworked, are still playing catch up right now. They're finally back to the staffing levels they need. Hiring's coming down, but firing is not picking up. And so in that regard, we feel good that we're not going into recession. On the other hand, if you do any sort of smoothing to the data, things are slowing over a 6-month, 1 year, 18-month time horizon.
근데 이건 예측보다는 그냥 감으로 가는 거예요.
All we can say is that after coming back from Switzerland, everyone was just talking about how artificial intelligence will make all of our jobs happier, better, and more productive, and that this is going to be the reason why they are all so optimistic. I'm only talking about the doers, not the thinkers, who are all very pessimistic. But I'm curious, from your vantage point, how much are you modeling this into your sort of soft landing thesis? How much is it driven in part by this idea that technology is going to allow a greater efficiency and a greater productivity?
So I'm a buyer of the story that there are productivity gains to be had here. I think the real question, though, is one of timing. So I think so far, my view is the soft landing thesis is somewhat independent of the AI/productivity gains part of the story. I really think it's going to take probably another year, maybe another year and a half before we start to see those really come online. It can't hurt. It will obviously be disinflationary. It will obviously be supportive of growth. I think over the long run, it's actually going to be supportive of real wage gains for labor as well. The challenge, though, is going to be how that transition is managed, because it will be in the short run really some winners and some losers.
Seth, can you help us draw a distinction between correlation and causation? I get that rates have come up, and I understand that inflation has slowed down, but how connected are the two?
I think there is some connection, but it's nowhere near as much as maybe there would have been in previous cycles. So I think it's important to remember that this cycle inflation took off, not because of the standard macroeconomic impulses. There was clearly some of that. The economy is running hot, has been running hot, the labor market's been tight. But goods inflation just took off because supply chains were disrupted, because consumer spending patterns shifted away from services towards goods, and that drove up goods inflation. That part of inflation has been going away on its own. Similarly, housing inflation shot up because of COVID. People wanted to live differently than they had been before, and we saw an in-level shift in demand for housing. That inflation went up. It's starting to come down on its own. So there's a lot of the inflationary pressures that we saw that are going away independently of the monetary policy side of things. But to make sure it gets to 2%, and from the Fed's perspective, to make sure inflation stays at 2%, they have to tighten things to slow the economy down to a sustainable growth rate. And I think what we're seeing now is a little bit of the inflation coming down is from monetary policy. Prospectively, though, that's where monetary policy is really important.
That's what I'm trying to get into, Seth, just how much of the slowdown that we've seen is actually due to the Federal Reserve, because when I look at claims at 187,000, and unemployment south of 4%, shouldn't we be asking the question whether the Fed truly is sufficiently restrictive?
Well, I mean, I think that's a valid question. We should always be asking ourselves that, but look at the housing market.
잘 내려갔다가
Activity has come off
올라가네.
dramatically. New home sales are doing fine simply because there's no supply of existing home sales because people don't want to give up their low mortgages. So we're seeing slowing there. We're seeing some pressure in terms of hiring.
그러니까요. 잘 들었어.
Non-farm payrolls have come down from 6 months ago, from a year ago, from 18 months ago. So I do think we're seeing some slowing in the economy. The economy's been insulated. That same housing market story goes in the opposite direction in the sense that
달리자, 밑으로 달리자.
businesses have turned out a lot of their debt. So that fact is I think undeniable. But for us, it's also part and parcel to the soft landing story. The Fed's not causing the economy to crash.
How much you're watching what's going on in the Middle East, but also the Red Sea, to understand whether that could cause inflationary pressures, if there are longer wait times, if that does create supply chain issues once again.
Crucial question, and I think
그럼 그냥
And I think
해외
it's really
선물의
important. We've seen a
마스코트라고
lot of trade
생각하면 돼요.
diversion as well. And
운이
so
좋은
even though we are seeing
마스코트.
some higher cost of shipping, once we put it through our measure of a global supply chain index, it shows a tick up, but nothing like a reversal of the huge gains that we've made so far. So we think for now, as long as things don't get dramatically worse, as long as we don't get an entire regional conflict, it's going to have only modest effects on inflation for consumer goods.
And finally, just because I'm looking for some kind of holes in this sort of Goldilocks theory that everyone's talking about, I am wondering just internationally how much, as John was mentioning before, the U.S. can remain the lone engine when you have China. It seems to be, if not falling off a cliff, certainly sagging in terms of economic growth. Is the U.S. that immune to the
다들 성공해라.
and also, in particular,
오케이, 밑으로 갑시다. 오, 좋았어, 좋았어. 오케이, 5만원 벌었다이, 6만원 벌었다이, 좋아.
For a long time, China's at risk for a multi-year slowdown from a debt deflation spiral. But for the U.S., our exports to China are heavily weighted towards agriculture. There's a lot there for the consumer to sort of buy. I'm much less worried about China as a downside risk for the U.S. Economic outcome than I am about, say, some blow-up in financial markets.
Hey, Seth. Great insight, as always. Seth Carpenter there. Morgan Stanley. Seth, appreciate the update. Just want to pick up on your point, at least on what you had to say about shipping, the prospect of maybe goods inflation picking up again. Torsten Slok, Apollo, over the weekend writing this. Normally 200 ships travel through the Suez Canal from south to north over a week. That number has recently declined to 100. It's not just the Suez Canal. The traffic has been an issue. Panama Canal as well. Because of water levels, North Canal traffic has declined 50% from 90 ships per week to 45. Asking a question about upward pressure on goods inflation.
So is the U.S. going to really have the emphasis on ending some of the Houthi involvement because the U.S. isn't going to suffer as much as certain goods to Europe? We've already seen certain suppliers, certain manufacturers, Tesla in particular, shift some of the manufacturing away from Europe because of some of these issues.
You saw what the president said over the weekend. Is it working? No. Will we carry on? Yes. Now this raises a question. Is this about ability or willingness to contain this issue in the Red Sea?
I think it's about willingness. They don't want an all-out war with an Iranian-backed proxy group. This is why they're struggling in the region. It's also why they would like to see an end to this war. There's a ton of pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu, who is saying he doesn't agree with what the US
너무 좋은데?
a pathway.
엄청 많이 들어주네. 이건 조금 예산 밖이에요.
Good morning, John. Macy's is walking away from a $5.8 billion takeover bid. Investors Art House and Brigade Capital had offered a deal that represented about a 19% premium to Macy's closing on Friday. However, Macy's board had declined to provide due diligence to investors. Art House says it is, quote, highly motivated to make the deal. Billionaires Chris Hohn and Ken Griffin are leading hedge funds to one of their best years. Hohn's TCI and Griffin Citadel together raked in $21 billion.
매일 들어갈 때마다 항상 배고파. 역시 너무 긴장돼요. 긴장되면 아니에요. 스트레스 받으면 일이 막 돌잖아요. 가야 돼요.
Warren Buffett is somebody you've met and you know. What does he tell you about investing? He tells you to just do what he does, or what does he tell you?
Pretty much. I mean, one of the things, we have this great connection about the love for baseball. And the reason why Warren and I got to know each other is he assured my contract business partners. Maybe I can come see you in Omaha. I thought I would never get an email back. And Debbie, who's been with them for over 40 years.
뭐 오늘은 그런 시장이라서 그냥 왔다 갔다 할 수밖에 없죠. 지금 조금 롱으로 들어갔다가 돈을 조금 몰고 빼고 다시 뭐 숏으로 들어가고 대변으로 이렇게 하면 돼요. 원래 뭐 여자 마음 그러시지 뭐. 지금 이렇게 했다가 뭐 좀 다르게 했다가 뭐 여자라서 좀 봐주세요.
City. Equity market shaping up as follows on the S&P 500, positive by a third of 1% going into the opening bell in about 42 minutes' time. Under surveillance this morning, markets facing some questionable earnings.
Earnings has been a sort of a puzzlement thus far. Obviously, you've had mixed results. It looks like this is shaping up to be not so great a quarter. But what's really important is, again, as much of the last year, how the stocks react towards the earnings numbers. It's not at all clear, given the fact that there is much more upside, even if you get the beats that are expected.
Leaving behind some of the big bank earnings. Lisa, looking ahead to the financials, or rather big tech, in the weeks to come.
Well, they basically are financials, given how much cash they're throwing off, and they're probably investing it in money markets and getting a sweet 5% return. What I'm focusing on is just how much earnings growth they're expecting in some of these behemoth Magnificent Seven tech earnings. Of course, taking off Netflix and Tesla and Intel this week. The so-called Magnificent Seven are expected to deliver profit growth of about 46%. This according to Bloomberg Intelligence, slightly below 3%. But nonetheless, it highlights why people are hiding some of these names.
밥을 먹어야죠. 기분
AI, Nvidia up 20% year to date. And you can see Tesla down 14.6%. Netflix kind of meandering down 0.8%. This divergence really stemming from who's throwing off cash and how much that's going to determine performance.
This is where the earnings growth has been.
Exactly.
We've drawn comparisons to this period and the dot-com boom, then bust in the late 90s, early 2000. There's real earnings here. And I think that was the difference with Nvidia last year. They came out that quarter, raised the outlook, and you saw that the monetization of this thing
That I think is the key, right? People can make sort of a conclusion of the rally that we've seen, but the bottom line is that's what the earnings has been, and they are monetizing it. With Nvidia, though, how much is an outperformance baked in? But remember, if they don't give some sort of crazy outperformance, then crazy increased forecast, people will disappoint.
It's got to be beat and raise, and then beat and raise. Gina joins us now. Gina Martin, who's the Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Gina, good morning. Any reason to believe the leadership changes anytime soon?
It should change as the year progresses, but not anytime soon, right? So anytime soon being within the next quarter, very unlikely, because the rest of the S&P 500 outside of this Magnificent Seven is still struggling to post any earnings growth as of the fourth quarter. We could see some transition into better language emerge from these companies, some confirmation that the trend will shift with the first quarter earnings season. I think it's more likely it's not going to come till the second quarter earnings season. Comps get a lot easier for this group as the year progresses, though, so it seems almost inevitable that we will start to see growth out of the 493 in 2024, and that rotation trade has really yet to exhibit itself.
I feel like we should coin this. It's like Magnificent Seven and the less magnificent 493. I am curious how much the tech earnings really are going to set the tone in a pretty massive way, and how high the bar is for some of these companies.
Well, so first, let's take a look at what's actually happened
요리할 때는 완전 나가리 될 수 있을 듯. 그때는 제가 짜트 못 보거든요. 갑자기 때마침 제가 요리할 때 너무 많이 올라가면 큰일이다.
But to have 85% of companies meeting expectations, it does tell you that even for financials, expectations are relatively low. Now for tech,
300만 원 요리 낼 수 있을 듯.
a little bit over the last week, but that's only because TSMC came out of beat. Tech expectations were actually also coming down along with the rest of the market through the fourth quarter. TSMC came out of beat in the middle of the week last week, and that created some uplift, but very little uplift in expectations even for semis. So the bar, believe it or not, is also quite low for semiconductors. If TMC can beat revenue growth and guide higher, almost every case since 2015 in which they've done that has resulted in a massive beat for the 10 largest US semiconductors as well.
John asked you about broadening out in leadership. What are you looking at in all of the earnings to understand whether we can start seeing that sooner, or just what will trigger that shift in some of the positioning?
Yeah, I think really importantly, you want to watch what's happening in the U.S. industrial sector. This is the area where I think investors tend to overlook it. We all know that tech is starting to grow and broaden there, right? This is not just the Mag 7, but this is going to be a bigger, broader tech recovery. It does appear that that's likely. We know that financials is likely past its earnings trough. So those sectors seem to be in really relatively solid position. Most analysts are not anticipating anything out of the consumer space anyway, so that's sort of a red herring. You don't necessarily need to watch consumer. What you really need to watch are U.S. industrials, because this has been an area of distress in the economic data, but not an area of persistent distress in the earnings data. So if U.S. industrials can continue to show much stronger earnings growth than the economic data would imply, that's an area of divergence that could create a great deal of optimism. If we can get transports recovering again, if you could get some of the leading indicators of some of the more interest rate sensitive sectors improving, that would be a very, very strong surprise to consensus expectations.
Gina, let's just finish there. I'll throw in another piece of this as well. The relationship between stocks, the data, and the bond market. Last week, yields up, data good. Last week, equities up, data good. Is there any tension there? Can that stick?
I think it can, because frankly, equities and bonds are both anticipating one thing, and that is slower growth and slower inflation this year. So the upside surprise to growth could very much fuel equity prices, because broadly, the equity and bond market very consistently are saying we're going to have slower growth and slower inflation. If you get the upside surprise coming from growth, the equity market should rise pretty materially. The upside side surprise from potential inflation is the bigger risk, and that could create big disruptions in the bond market and the equity market. That seems unlikely in the very short run. We could start to get upside surprises to inflation over the year, but it seems quite unlikely right now.
But that would be a major game changer. Didn't see that last week, but that would be a major game changer.
It would. I am curious with the bond stock correlation, whether we are going back to the 60-40 or whether this is just sort of a breach point before we have a more significant move. I mean, the moves have been sort of tepid relative to the 20 basis points.
It's 1 week of price action, but at least last week yields up, data good, and stocks performed. Gina is going to see it. Thank you, Gina. Martin Adams of Bloomberg Intelligence coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't miss this conversation. Bill Groves, the PIMCO co-founder, to weigh in, Ramo, on this bond market performance.
Yeah, does he still lead in or lead out of bonds at a certain point? The buy the dip theory is all predicated on this idea that over a longer term, the Fed's going to cut rates, that the U.S. economy is going to slow.
설마 쭉 올라가는 거 아니죠?
Counting you down, not just to that conversation, but to the opening bell as well. That opening bell is just around the corner. Your equity market on the S&P 500 is positive. Live from New York City this morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
여기서 밀리면 잘못됐대. 그러니까요. 이 거기를
Later
만났는데
got asked to be the head of USAID.
떨어져.
I got that job when I was 36 years old.
떨어져.
You're running USAID. How many employees does it have?
We had 11,000.
Did you feel qualified to run something like this?
I did until, the work started.
We're operating in a very volatile environment. So JetBlue has a very large presence here in New York, and there are air traffic control challenges. And so we've
time, we hope to win some of those investments back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
You made the decision early on.
아니야. 어디가. 빨간색 싫어.
Clearly, the powertrain is the key difference.
까란 말이야.
Solar investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team.
저도 무서워요.
We also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
Invest a lot in the offices that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. So On is a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
야, 진짜 계속 보게 되네. 보기 말고 보게. 계속 보고 있어요. 상황이 괜찮을지 모르겠는데.
Ever sacrifice product quality and efficacy to sustainability, which is why part of the big transformation of our R&I, where this billion euro we spend every year, most of it is spent on transforming our formulas from petrochemicals to biosourced and green sciences.
해외선물 진짜 중독성이 너무 심해요.
Growth to remain positive as we look further out into the new year, but at a slightly reduced pace.
Frankly, the
지금
concept of the slowdown, the non-soft landing, is still on the shelf.
We're also in the midst of the earnings season, still on that earnings at the moment.
It's early days, but we have seen strength coming in from the earnings front.
Double digits.
네, 방금 전에 카페 보고 있을 테니까 진짜 위험한 상황이 있으면 그때 바로 나갈게요. 우선 팔게요. 일단은 파이팅 하시고 좀 이따가 다시 올게요.
Welcome to the show. A very good morning to you. So you just look at the velocity in these markets. Yes, yields have backed up. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq taking out new records. It's as if the consensus is just for a full bull market. Bob, let me take it to you first of all. Are you a full bull believer or any quaking at all?
I think it just comes down to what momentum exists in this economy right now. And what we've seen through the end of 2023 was one of the biggest financial market easings that we've seen in 40 years. And so given that circumstance into an economy that's already doing, was doing fine through the second half of last year, you're basically getting, if anything, a bit of acceleration in the economy. And I think beyond just the financial market easing and the benefit from falling bond yields, what we're now starting to see is equity market investors are recognizing that earnings may be actually a bit better than they were expecting, at least initially here in 24.
Well, Greg, let's take it to you. I like what Evercore had to say this morning. The dominant risk scenario is that inflation falls faster than expected, and the Fed eases more aggressively, perhaps than is priced in at the moment. Is that a thesis you can ascribe to?
No, I think that's overplayed, honestly. I think the markets have leaned too much on that narrative. If you look at kind of the distribution, I think investors are really leaning on this. The Fed and central banks will aggressively cut here. Inflation come down even more. I think the risk is the opposite. I'm pretty optimistic, actually. I feel like the economy, particularly in the U.S., is quite robust. Labor market's still strong. Inflation is coming down, but I think this last mile question is very much in play. And I'm in the camp where the last mile, so to speak, is going to be more difficult, not easier.
Yeah, well, certainly those University of Michigan numbers on Friday help the narrative on the disinflation side of the street. Let's talk about the data this week. Traders are bracing for key GDP prints on Thursday. Mike McKee joins me now. So this is, in theory, going to be a nice bullish trajectory. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Manish. Well, it is a backloaded week, certainly. The first 3 days of the week, Monday through Wednesday, that's today through Wednesday, not a whole lot going on in terms of data. We get leading index today, Richmond Fed and the S&P PMIs, which really won't move markets probably, but you're right. Then we get to Thursday, and Thursday is a very big day with fourth quarter GDP, jobless claims, new home sales, trade, durable goods orders. We're going to be talking about a lot there. And then on Friday, the biggest number of the week, the PCE inflation number, along with personal income and spending, people want to know, is inflation coming down? Bob mentioned earlier that things depend on how the economy develops from here. And right now, it looks like in the fourth quarter, it was slower than in the third, but the forecast is for basically growth at a trend rate, at a potential rate of about 2%. And that would set us up for a decent first quarter. We'll see what the numbers turn out to be here. And then here are the numbers that we're looking for on Thursday and Friday. I mentioned the GDP number, but incomes are expected to have fallen a little bit, the rate of gain, and spending hanging in there. We saw that with the retail sales numbers. But the real number that we want to see is down in the lower right-hand corner there. That's core PCE. The forecast we have right now from economists that we survey is it'll come in on a year-over-year basis at 3%. But a lot of people who study this very closely say there's a good chance we get 2.9%. If we get a two-handle on that, that could really change some market psychology about what the Fed is going to do. Finally, I just wanted to throw this in here because this is going to be the key to the PCE numbers. The difference between the PCE and CPI housing constructs. CPI, this is a normalized version going back to 2016. CPI, it's a much bigger weight, and the way they calculate it shows housing prices much stronger than the PCE does. So if you're looking for the possibility of a two-handle on PCE inflation, it may well come from housing this time.
Mike, thank you very much. Yeah, let's see whether the housing market lights up again later this year. Bob Elliott, Greg Peters are with me. Let's just take what Mike put on the table there for us. It's all about that print on the PCE, which is critically important to the bond market and to the risk narrative. A sub 3% print on PCE. What would that do, Greg Peters, to the pricing in the bond market? Obsessed by 6-7 cuts, with the Fed at 3, would it close that gap? Would it change the narrative if we get a sub 3% print in the PCE, Greg?
Yeah, so I think it's a big psychological barrier. So below 3 is closer to 2, of course, but you're still not at 2. So there's still lots of room to go in terms of disinflation is concerned. But the labor market and what that means for wages and how that flows through services is critically important. And then, as Mike was talking about, housing. So all eyes are on housing. So it's about the components of core inflation now, and that is really a close lens on labor and housing.
Bob, let me take it to you. I mean, that sub 3%, what would that do for you and your perspective on the rest of the year? Because they'll all start to cry about 50 basis point cuts. Once we get a reasonable level below 3%, you can just hear them, you know, sort of almost like in the football stands, crying for 50 basis point cuts at a time. But how would you look at a sub 3% print?
Well, I think mostly that sub 3% print is priced into market expectations, and particularly when you look at what's priced into the short rate market in 2024, that 6 to 7 cuts that are already priced in are reflective of an expectation of a significant moderation in inflation. The real question from the Fed's perspective is whether or not just getting inflation back down to close to their mandate is enough to start to create a substantial cutting cycle, particularly when we have a situation where growth is pretty good and asset prices are making new highs. Plus, there's the concern about break-even inflation and long-dated break-even inflations starting to rise back up here as asset prices improve. And so I think part of the insight that you can get is from the SEP, which isn't just saying that they're going to cut 3 times, but it's reflective or it is consistent also with a period of time where unemployment rises to 4.1%. So the idea that the Fed's going to immediately start cutting if unemployment stays here in the 3s, growth is pretty good, and PCE just moves to mandate, it's not obvious that they're going to get the sort of cuts that are currently priced into the short rate market for 24.
Well, let's try and just square it away with a little bit of reflection on assets. Greg, if I bring it back to you, I've got Morgan Stanley, I've got JP Morgan saying on this backup in yields, you want to stagger into this, you want to layer into this on the bond side. I mean, the table is set to, I suppose, justify that kind of narrative. For you, is this rich enough for you to step back into duration at these levels?
I think that's too cute of a narrative. You know, we see a very wide range actually for the 10-year this year, you know, almost 100 basis points. So, I mean, maybe there's a little value from a trading perspective, but not a ton. We don't see the same kind of rate cuts coming through. The markets have been so aggressive in terms of that pricing. We think that pricing will come out of the market. We're so data driven. We have geopolitical risk. So I think to be so declarative in such a volatile, uncertain market doesn't make a lot of sense. So
can I ask you where you see the equilibrium rate then? Perhaps the more pressing question is, where do you see the equilibrium rate? That's what Stephen Major and the HSBC team are talking about. That's more important than whether it's 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Where do you set your equilibrium weight in the medium term?
Yeah, so I mean, if you use the SEP, I think the SEP is, you know, the long-term real interest rate. You know, we do see, you know, above 0, which is not where it was. So we think there's some scope for rates to move lower, but not a tremendous amount. So if you just kind of take the nominal 10-year as an example, you know, our kind of fulcrum is around 4%. So plus or minus around that.
Bob, let me just square it away with you. 35% from the October lows. We're trading a value up of $10 trillion on equities. Is this market too rich for you to step into, or do you think it's still got valuation to go?
I think it really comes down to a momentum trade here. And the basic idea is that as the economy continues to press higher and reaccelerate here in the early part of 2024, we're really seeing what you'd expect to play out from a macro perspective, which is stocks that consistently outperform bonds. And I think we're set up in a circumstance for that to persist for at least the first half here of the year.
Okay. Well, we're all in for the first half. I don't think anybody has any perspective what the medium term is. Bob Elliott. Greg Peters, thank you very much. You're going to stick with us. We've got a little bit more work to do. Look under the hood. Abby is back in the seat ahead of the opening bell. Abigail, what have we got?
Well, despite the fact that we have futures higher, we have a couple of notable names down sharply. In fact, if we start off with the shares of Gilead, the bioscience giant, well, this stock at the lows down more than 10% right now, down 10.5%. This, of course, is a late-stage lung cancer treatment, failed to improve survival. Investors not liking the outcome of that binary event. Archer Daniels Midland, the ag giant, down 17% or thereabouts. This after they placed their CFO on leave. They've cut their earnings guide, and something that no investor wants to hear, an investigation into their accounting practices really weighing on those shares. And then a bright spot, Macy's up 1.5%. The department store rejected a $5.8 billion offer from an investor conglomerate. That's roughly $21 per share, 19% above the Friday close. They're saying they don't think it offers compelling value. The fact that they rejected it maybe has some investors hoping that they think that there's a better alternative.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on those stocks. Abigail, thank you very much. Coming up on the show, the GOP race is down to 2.
I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now.
The latest on the 2024 campaign trail next on Bloomberg.
There's all this mystery around what is success in streaming. It's engagement. It is how much time do people spend on the service, because that tells you how much they'll pay and how long they'll stick around.
What are the metrics for Netflix that are most important when evaluating a show or a movie?
Yeah, you guys take us to task a lot on this transparency issue. I would say, look, definitely relative to peers, we're incredibly transparent. And we're completely transparent with our producers, so they know exactly the viewing data. And then we're going through things like the top 10 and through things like we publish the viewing hours of the top shows. And we're definitely heading towards a much more transparent time in the business. Streaming itself is not that exotic anymore. And every other segment of the business does have, Nielsen ratings or box office reports or the New York Times bestseller list, all those things. So we're heading towards that for sure. To a time we'll be fully transparent on viewing data.
This is Bloomberg.
I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. I signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear.
Cutting and running, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing his exit from the 2024 presidential race narrows the GOP field. The focus now turns to New Hampshire, where the former President Donald Trump and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley will square off in the state's primary election tomorrow. And we've got the latest CNN polls. This is what we got. Trump leading Haley with 50% support among the likely Republican primary voters. Bloomberg's Katie Lyons has the latest now. Katie, good to see you on the road in Manchester, in New Hampshire. So it wasn't so much people were saying a shock that DeSantis has gone. It's just the timing of it. So here we are. The field is narrowing. The question that Terry Haynes raises is, where do the lost voters go that have disappeared from DeSantis and from Chris Christie? Good morning.
Good morning, Manus. Yes, that exactly is the question. Of course, Ron DeSantis, when announcing his departure from this race yesterday, said that if he could have campaigned more, if he could have done more interviews, he would have. But ultimately, he saw no path to victory. And that is why he has exited this race really on the eve of this New Hampshire First in the Nation primary. The thing is, he wasn't much of a factor here in New Hampshire to begin with. Yes, he came in second place in Iowa, but here in New Hampshire in polling, he was in the low single digits, something around 6%. So it's not like there are really that many DeSantis votes that will be shifting to either Nikki Haley or Donald Trump here. It does seem the prevailing thinking among Republican strategists I've talked to is that the majority of those votes will be going to Donald Trump. But Trump was already leading Haley here even before DeSantis dropped out. That lead, though, has just expanded as we've gotten closer to actually this primary vote happening. In the latest Suffolk University Boston Globe poll this morning, Trump is 19 points ahead of Haley. Now, as we've gotten closer to the vote tomorrow, Nikki Haley does seem like she is starting to lower expectations for herself, as are her surrogates. Haley said she just wants to perform stronger than she did in Iowa, where, of course, she came in third. And her biggest surrogate here in New Hampshire, the governor, Chris Sununu, who I spoke with yesterday, said she doesn't need to win. A strong second is what they're looking for. That said, New Hampshire is the electorate that really Haley's candidacy is trying to cater to. There is a lot more Republican moderates here, a lot more independents, unlike Iowa, which leans very conservative. So if she can't pull it off here, it is difficult to see the path for her campaign moving forward. Of course, the South Carolina primary, her home state, is about a month from now on February 24th. But if she can't win in New Hampshire, there is a question of whether or not she can sustain momentum to get her to that point in the race, especially when former candidate after former candidate and others are all falling in line behind Donald Trump as he remains the far and away frontrunner, Manus.
Yeah, and the velocity behind him getting that nomination is a lot quicker and a lot earlier than we saw in 2016. Kayleigh, we wish you well. Enjoy yourself there in New Hampshire on the road, the whole Bloomberg political team, Kayleigh Lyons. My guests this morning are Bob Elliott and Greg Peters. Gentlemen, you've been through a cycle or two, perhaps more than me. It's my first American election. You're veterans. So with that in mind, we are seeing this field narrow quite aggressively, quite early. What did you learn from 2016 that you now reflect and you go, this is how I'm looking at this at the moment? Bob, take it away.
I think the most important thing, lessons from both 2016 and 2020, is that what ultimately happens on election day is less certain than I think many would hope for. And so in that sense, I think most folks from a market's perspective should be looking at this and ensuring that they're not overweight one particular candidate's success versus another as they navigate through this, what will inevitably be a very volatile political story over the course of the year. I think the thing that's probably interesting here relative to where we were a couple of cycles ago is that the parties are more aligned when it comes to their fiscal policy in aggregate than maybe they have been in the past. Seeing fiscal expansion pressures from both sides of the aisle here through the course of the last, say, 4 years. And it's really going to be a question of what does that composition look like? Is the fiscal expansionary policy going to look more tilted towards lower income cohorts getting transfer payments, or is it going to look more like tax benefits for corporations and higher income individuals? That's really the mix. It's less about the overall spending profile and more about the mix from a policy perspective.
It's about, where does the benefit come down? And I suppose, Greg, I was reflecting back to 2016. We've got a lovely article on the Bloomberg Terminal this morning which talks about, what happened then. And perhaps we'll have a less volatile reaction now. 10 billion went out of bond markets, the biggest since the taper tantrum of 2013. But when you look back at 2016 and 2020, is it too early? Is it too early to have a little bit of a hedge in there?
I think it is too early, and I think the response will be different as well. If you go back to the 2016, I think what took the bond market by surprise was the deficit expansion. So I don't think that'll be a surprise this time. I think both parties are aligned, so to speak. The contours will be different, but I think deficits are here to stay. But I actually think if there is a change in leadership, it'll be a much more violent reaction this time around than what we've seen before, as I think Europe in particular is preparing for such a change. And if you look at a lot of the policies, a lot of those policies could get rolled back, and I think that'll be quite meaningful. And if you look at just one aspect, the change in the labor market could be quite important, as we've seen a real expansion in labor here in the U.S., foreign labor in particular, and a much tighter immigration policy could really roll that back and have a real effect on inflation. So I think it's different.
Briefly, before I go back to Bob, can I just, deficits are here to stay, but will they be tolerated ad nauseum by the bond market? The Brits find out that that doesn't always happen. Briefly?
I think so. It's always tricky. It doesn't matter till it matters. So I don't think that is a predominant concern, but I think it will be a lingering concern.
Okay. Bob, let me just take it back to you in terms of thinking about markets as we close out in this New Hampshire. We've got a lot to be bullish about, but what are you most concerned about?
Well, I think the main question is whether we get a reacceleration in inflationary pressures. We're really in this sort of perfect moment where PCE is printing right at where the Fed wants it to print over the last couple of months. And the question is that able to persist? And, I think there's a lot of reasons why one should be cautious, including the Fed. First of all, just break-even inflation pricing out on the curve is starting to rise, which reflects, is market-based reflections of rising concerns about longer-term inflationary dynamics. But also the big reasons for the big drivers of this decline in PCE inflation, things like falling gas prices, falling auto prices, the decline in durable goods prices, those all have to persist. Those declines in prices have to continue in order to continue to get PCE inflation at this level. If they don't, they just moderate, we could easily see PCE pop up in the later half of the year.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Bob Elliott, Greg Peters there with the very latest on the markets. Coming up, the morning calls. And State Street's Laurie Heinel joins me with her views for 2024 on Bloomberg.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well, or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
Some morning calls to set you up this Monday. Oppenheimer downgrading lows to market perform, citing a challenging environment for home improvement. Morgan Stanley names Western Digital as its top pick among the U.S. semiconductor stocks, highlighting compelling valuation compared to the peers. And finally, HSBC cuts Lululemon, price tag $500.
Warren Buffett is somebody you've met and you know. What does he tell you about investing? He tells you to just do what he does, or what does he tell you?
Pretty much. I mean, one of the things, we have this great connection about the love for baseball. And the reason why Warren and I got to know each other is he insured my contract, the 252. And I reached out to him and I said, Warren, now that we're business partners, maybe I can come see you in Omaha. I thought I would never get an email back. And Debbie, who's been with him for over 40 years, wrote back and said, how's October? I said, I'll be there because we're not going to the playoffs. And that led a series of 5 or 6 years where I go back to Omaha. And he said, Alex, you always want to be a gentleman. You want to be a great baseball player. And then the 2 rules of investing are, 1, never lose money. And number 2, don't forget rule number 1.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action at a new time, 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
It took us 2 years to make these new record highs across U.S. equities. We've added $10 trillion in value. They're getting ready to fly to somewhere very special up there at the NYSE. This is State of Play. Equities on higher. We're careering through new record highs in terms of valuations. You need to ask yourself, a forward PE of 20, is that rich for your blood? We are in an earnings season where financials are outperforming. It's a huge week for Netflix and technology. Euro-dollar flat. Yields in 10-year government bonds, waiting for the PCE, sub 3%. What would that do to bonds? Would it create a rally? Sub 4%, and oil is up 1% at 74.11 this morning. One stock to watch at the open, it's Macy's. The retailer saying it's not interested in a $5.8 billion takeover from the investors. Abigail Doolittle will justify the narrative for Macy's. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning, Manus. And it seems that Macy's knows its value when it comes to potential suitors. Very, very picky, as you said, rejecting that $5.8 billion bid from a group of investors. $21 per share, 19% above Friday's close. Given the fact that this stock is still down 75% from its all-time high, it suggests that if they're not taking that bid, and they did review it, but the board said that they were not going to sign an NDA and they were not going to do due diligence, it suggests that they think that maybe there's a better offer to come, or that they will learn how to go it on their own and be more successful in doing so. So while they are not pursuing this possible deal, Manus, and we do have the stock off the highs. At the highs, the stock had been up solidly, again, supporting this idea that investors think that maybe something better is to come. CEO Jeff Gennett did say that the company will be open to opportunities that are in the best interest of the company and shareholders. Stay tuned.
Okay, Abby, thank you very much. Let's turn our attention back to Boeing and the airlines. The FAA is asking the airline to check the door plugs on a second 737 model after more issues were found. Katie Greifeld is with me. So this is an older form of the 737. Size and scope. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Manus. Yeah, Boeing down a hair this morning as that scrutiny spreads. The FAA now recommending that airlines expect Boeing's 737-900ER models as well. Now, remember, the model that was involved in that Alaska Air incident earlier this month was a MAX 9. But the 900ER uses the same type of plug that failed on that MAX 9. Now, the FAA said in a statement that this move will offer, quote, an added level of safety, given that some 900ER operators have noted findings with bolts of this model during their inspection. That also according to the regulator. Now, obviously, manufacturing quality is undergoing intense scrutiny at the moment. The FAA launching a probe into Boeing quality. That's in addition to increasing its oversight of production and manufacturing. Boeing for its part, says that it fully supports the FAA in this action. Now, of course, this entire episode, if you want to call it that, it's really left a mark on Boeing shares. They're down 18% already in 2024. That is the worst performance in the Dow, Manus.
Okay, well, we've got a spectacular drop on Archer Daniels this morning. Katie, thank you very much. Let's move the agenda along. Talking agriculture, ADM placing their CFO on leave, cutting their forecast, and they have an investigation that is ramping up. Isabel Lee joins me now with the details. Isabel.
Hi, Manus. The investigation is sending the stock spinning lower by 18%. That's the biggest drop since 2005. And as you can see, shares are still down by almost 17%. Lots of moving parts here, but shares really tumbled when the company said on Sunday afternoon that Vikram Luthar, its CEO since 2002, was put on leave. And we have Ismail Roig, who will serve as the interim CFO. And ADM is also delaying its fourth quarter earnings and the filing of its annual report and Form 10-K for 2023. So lots of moving parts here, and so far things aren't looking good for the company, Manus.
Okay, Isabel, thank you very much for the details on that. Let's turn our attention back to the airlines. This is a battle royal. JetBlue and Spirit appealing the ruling that's blocking its planned $3.8 billion merger. Natalia Kanijevic joins me now with the details. Hope lives eternal, Natalia.
So yes, the move comes after a U.S. judge blocked this deal, saying that this will lead to higher prices and fewer choices for U.S. customers. Now, JetBlue needs 200 aircraft and about 300 pilots from Spirit. At the same time, Spirit needs financial support. Some analysts are saying that without this deal, Spirit may file for a bankruptcy or a liquidation. Spirit is trying to manage its finances, is trying to pay down its debt, refinance some of its debt. A large part of $1.1 billion is coming in September 2025. But this comes at a time when costs are rising. They have a new contract with pilots, and they have to pay 34% more in the next 2 years. Overall, stock plunged 67% last week, and now basically many sell-side analysts are getting more bearish. We see a huge spike in shorts. Short sellers are betting against the stock. And the key question, Manus, will JetBlue fight for this deal? Because when they made an offer, they offered the $33.5 a share in cash, and now Spirit shares are trading at around $6 a share.
Okay, Natalia, keeping an eye on those airlines throughout the street this morning. State Street's Laurie Hanna joins me now ahead of this year. She writes this: we anticipate uncertainty to persist, sub-trend growth projected across global economies. 2024 will likely be a year of flux, with many factors pressuring the path to the global economy. You wouldn't think that if you look at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ now. Laurie, good to see you this morning. I mean, we're sort of like full bull, but should I have a little bit of metal jacket around me? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we think that 2024 is going to be a lot more precarious than markets are certainly appreciating right at this moment in time. Certainly, we've seen the Fed signal that they're done raising rates, but they haven't started to reduce rates yet. And we still believe that there's more to come in terms of, tight policy working its way through the system on refinancings and things of that nature. So we do think it's a year where we're going to need to see earnings momentum, which early days looks pretty good in the U.S., but it's one where the kind of lofty valuation levels give us some pause.
And that's where I want to dig a little bit deeper. Everybody has their own preferred theory. I've got a couple of stats. The NASDAQ is trading 30 times its profits. Yet I look at Magnificent Seven, and we expect profits to drop from low 50% rise to 46%. So on and profits times earnings, is it getting rich, or has it got capacity to grow further?
Well, we think if you just look at trailing earnings, you'd say it's rich in here. And this is the crux of the matter, is what will earnings be going forward? And will companies be able to navigate still, impressive inflationary pressures in a lot of pockets, albeit declining somewhat? Mm-hmm. Will they be able to navigate the slowing growth environment? And where are those companies who have some resiliency in their balance sheets and in their revenue streams to be able to work through this? So we do think it's going to be a pretty precarious time, not just because of current valuations, but what that implies about forward valuations based on forward earnings.
And in terms of the S&P, if you look at that, that's trading as well, some would say sub its peak We're trading around 20 times on forward earnings on the S&P 500. The peak was a couple of years ago at 23. Again, the question there is, do you think that it broadens out? Is there still an opportunity there to go below the index itself and to broaden the position there?
Well, a couple of things there. I mean, first and foremost, again, as I just mentioned, it's not just about what the current level of price earnings is, but what the forward earnings capacity is and how that's going to evolve and how much confidence you have in those earnings being able to expand through time. And that gets back to the crux of your question. We do think that this market broadens out. We do think that the sort of narrow, magnificent seven kind of drive in stock market over the last year or so has to be complemented by some broadening out. And we're starting to see that. Certainly, we're starting to see financials participate. We're starting to see other parts of the market. So we think that we're in a place where equities going forward can do okay, but that's going to be dependent upon earnings coming through and the breadth of the market.
Now, look, we've seen this rates market readjust. I mean, it was almost a quasi-easing that you had in financial conditions in November and in December. We've backed up a little bit. Here we are on the bond market, and I've had various notes come through this morning from Morgan Stanley and from JP Morgan. Now is the time to buy the belly of the curve. Now is the time to reconsider some duration. Does that make sense for you, the belly of the curve at 5 years, to pick that up at the moment?
It does. And we've said in our market outlook for 2024 that we think the best place to deploy capital is actually in rates. And we actually think that that part of the curve looks pretty attractive, both because we do think that growth will continue to slow. We do think that inflationary pressures will come down, and we do believe that the Fed will ease. And all of those three things really do point to relative value in that part of the curve. Mind you, we could also get some incremental appreciation if things slow even more precariously than we envisage. So we think that's a good place from a risk-reward standpoint.
Consensus is just so bullish. I'm always queasy. It was so bullish last year. China will reopen, buy luxury stocks. I can't remember what else it was. Recession will come. Recession didn't come. China did not go at full bull. Luxury found it hard to put through price rises at the end of the year. Do you join me in a glass of moderate skepticism with consensus so bullish?
Well, I do, although I would say that there are pockets that are actually not participated at all. I mean, China being foremost among those. So there are some pockets around the globe where we do think that there's going to be a lot more stress going forward. We think emerging markets is still a place where we would tread cautiously, particularly in the equities. We think Europe, while pretty attractively valued, has a lot of headwinds as well. And oh, by the way, we've got this massive set of geopolitical tensions that are likely to weigh on market sentiment over the coming year. So I do think you have to be very defensive in here. Look at quality stocks. Look at those places where the risk reward is pretty attractive, and try to hold some cash so you can take advantage of opportunities as they present.
And last year, a lot of people held on to a lot of cash, didn't they? And here is the question between the money market funds and institutional hoarding of cash. Do you see that being incrementally released back into the market? Because there's a risk, isn't there, that you wait too long for the rate cuts to come before you deploy, and perhaps you miss the train. What is your thinking in terms of the time release valve, if we can think of it that way, on the money market funds and on the money in CDs?
Well, at the margin, more flow into equities out of cash would be a good thing for markets. But let's just not forget that that's still a relatively small number versus the market capitalization of equities. So we don't think it's the major thing that will move the market. And oh, by the way, what we've seen is consumers tend to be late to deploy those cash assets into markets. So it may take a couple of rate cuts before they actually realize that money market funds aren't the most attractive place to be. So we don't think that that's going to be the thing that will drive markets higher. It's going to have to be earnings coming through and more confidence in the global economy.
Just to reflect back for one global perspective, I'm looking at the positioning in China. Again, if I go back a year ago, it was about the momentum in China. I look at the Hang Seng Enterprises at a 2-year low in Hong Kong overnight. UBS say you need punchier policy to really get involved in China. The fund managers cut their allocation there. At what level are you allocating to China and to Asia?
Well, first of all, for a couple of years now, we've been recommending to our clients that they separate out China from their broader emerging markets allocation, both because it was such a large proportion of the index and because we thought that the drivers of China recovery and China performance were likely to be disconnected from the broader emerging markets complex. So we think that that first thing you would do is you just separate out your China allocation so you can make those tactical bets based on what you see in China. Look, China's got a lot of challenges. It's slowing much more than people had envisaged. They continue to have challenges in terms of population and unemployment and real estate and a variety of other things. And oh, by the way, without the same kind of policy flexibility that they enjoyed over the last decade. So we would very much tread cautiously on China at this point in time.
Laurie, thank you very much for being with me. That is State Street's Laurie Hanna with the risk rewards and a little bit of caution on your China exposure. Coming up, a whirlwind, 2 weeks of central bank decisions to kick off 2024.
Our view in the end is that we think there's a very good chance they do 50 in March. So not even just 25, but a 50 basis point cut and start with a bang.
More on the rate cut trajectories for 2024 in just a moment on Bloomberg.
여러분 안녕하세요. 다시 왔습니다. 와, 이거 보이시나요? 제가 없는 동안 지옥밭을 봤어요. 와, 중간에 여기까지 올라갔을 때 진짜 망했다. 와, 어떻게 하고 싶고 어떻게 해야 되나 싶었는데 다행히 떨어졌는데, 근데 문제는 제가 나갔을 때 또 떨어지고 있어. 지금 방금 매도 다시 들어가려고 했는데 갑자기 이게 뭐야? 갑자기 또 쭉 올라가고 있어. 이게 뭐냐고. 도대체 뭐냐고. 일단은 다시 들어가야 될 것 같고, 근데 이번엔 아마 매수로 한번 들어가 볼까?
So I think what we're looking to do is to maintain a trade policy which is based on openness.
미쳤다 진짜.
Which is based on sustainability. Which is assertive where we need to be assertive and defend our rights. But certainly not one.
이거야말로 롤러코스터네.
Our trade and investment relationships with the rest of the world.
야, 진짜.
Open supply chain, global supply chain is really
무섭네.
for the life science industry, particularly pharmaceutical supply chain. You think about the stress the pharmaceutical supply chain has been under since COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, not to mention the geopolitical tensions, if you will. We don't have the luxury of saying we can temporarily stock out on our product, because these products, these medicines keep people alive.
Access the financial world on demand.
오케이. 일단은 여러분 지금 계속 떨어질 것 같은데 일단 매도로 갑시다. 오, 나이스 타이밍. 나이스 타이밍.
Visit Bloomberg.com webinars.
좀 너무 빨리 들어갔나? 아니다. 괜찮을 것 같아.
And on top of that, because of the US election, the Fed would not want to act too much in the second half of this year. So essentially, they're going to try to
지하로 가야죠. 지하로 가야죠 지금. 완전 지하로 가야죠.
They do 50 in March, but not even just 25, but a 50 basis point cut and start with a bang.
As Bilal Hafez there on macro high, weighing in on where he sees the future of Fed moves, and we're going to get a flurry of central bank decisions over the next 2 weeks. The BOJ kicks things off on Tuesday when they lay the groundwork for exiting negative rates and yield curve control.
불안하죠.
On Thursday, the Fed delivers their decision.
오늘 하루 종일 불안하죠. 어쩔 수 없어요.
Thursday, but first let's start with the ECB. Christine Lagarde saying last week in Davos that it's likely that the ECB will cut interest rates this summer. Zoe Schneeweiss joined from Berlin. So there she was at Bloomberg House in Davos, laying the groundwork for timing, but with many caveats. The market, how did it embrace the summer prospect of a cut?
The market did actually moderate its rate bets, because the market before that had seen rate bets as at 80% likelihood for an April move already, and the next move after that would be that June move, which is what actually most of the policymakers seem to be hinting at. We've got one or two doves who maybe say earlier, but overall there's some vital wage data coming, and that won't be here till late April, maybe early May. So that's why they'll need to wait to the next meeting after that. That's the June meeting to look for cuts. So this week we hold, but we will be looking very much for any hints that Lagarde may provide on the timing.
So tell me this, the market is pricing, as you said, we've shaved back a bit of our enthusiasm, but the market overall is inflation.
타이밍이 괜찮다고 생각했는데. 그러니까요. 비트코인이 완전 짱짱하고 있어요 지금. 보니까 진짜 많이 떨어졌어요. 아니야, 올라가지마.
There could be additional upticks. Nothing drastic, nothing like the 10.6 inflation rate we saw in October 2022, but still that's going in the wrong direction if there are any upticks. And again, there's the scare here that those tensions we see in the Red Sea, or that wage data will again drive rates and will drive inflation expectations, which is the thing that ECB really is looking at, will drive them up, and then mean that they can start cutting rates in June.
일단 계속 버텨야죠. 버티고 타이밍이 올 거예요. 전기가 엄청 세요. 이겨야죠. 내려가.
Now, they've given us a lot of hints about what they want to do, but no hint about timing. And that's what people are going to be looking for this week.
아, 그쵸. 조한씨 이게 해줬잖아요. 12시에 발표가 있으니까 그때 진짜 어떻게 될지는 잘 모르겠는데
And then, of course, what are they going to do about yield curve control? They've basically taken it off, but the market is
플러스컷까지 안
like there
갔으면
is
좋겠어요.
still a cap on the 10-year note yield, and so we'll see if they give us any guidance on which one of those. The market certainly thinks that something is coming. JGB volume has woken up. It's now kind of at the highest rate that we have seen since the great financial crisis. All of a sudden, people are getting active again. They don't think it's going to happen. The economists at this point think there's a 0% chance of any policy change, the ones we've surveyed. Only an 8% chance in March. It's April that gets most of the attention. People are looking at this point, about a 60% chance that the Bank of Japan does something in April. The reason is in March they conclude negotiations across the country. They do some pattern bargaining with many different companies, and what the Japanese want is something very different from what the ECB and the Fed wants. They want higher wages because it'll keep inflation up. This is the Prime Minister yesterday saying it's essential to pay small and medium-sized companies. So if they get that, then we are likely to see the Bank of Japan do something.
이런 담보금 가지고 2달 동안밖에 못 살겠죠? 제가 좋아하는 제품도 못 사고 그냥 월세 내고 수도세 내고 전기세 내고.
Well, we do, of course, have the S&P 500 at another all-time high today, Manus, and it's a broad sector composition supporting that gain. 3 up days in a row for the S&P 500. Real estate, the best sector. All components of that sector higher. I'm not exactly sure what's behind that, but then right behind it, communication services. To the downside, we have very small declines for consumer staples and energy. So again, this gain that we have today, very well supported from a number of the sectors, the breadth that people want. As for the big participation, though, in recent days, weeks, and frankly the year, last year, big tech, well, there's that NICE Plus index over the last 5 days, up more than 3.5% into, of course, ahead of those mega
천만 원 만들면 진짜 좋겠어요. 그러니까 그때 아마 계약수 늘리거나 아니면 레버리지 바꾸거나 이렇게 해야 되는데 아직은 좀 소심한 편, 너무 소심한 편. 하지만 소심한 편이라서, 그리고 초보자이기 때문에 좀 크게 들어가기가 좀 아직 좀 어려워요. 지금 뉴스 보니까 주식이 좀 떨어지고 있는데, 다는 아니고 코스피 뭐 또 있었구나. 뭐가 또 있었는지 기억이 안 나. 나스닥 올라가면 안 되는데. 올라가면 안 되는데. 뭐 그쵸. 근데 사실 이것도 로또에 다름이 별로 없으니까 뭐 크게 들어갔다가 그게 잘못될 수도 있고 아니면 그게 벌 수도 있으니까. 뭐 지금은 성에 버는 중. 아니야 내려갔겠지. 5분 남았어. 8분. 제발 털어줘. 이씨, 지하로 털어줘. 그때 나스닥이 16,000원이 했을 때 그 시간대 너무 그리워요.
Just a quick look at equity markets. You got a little bit of breath coming in there. The Russell up 1.74% again, continue through with record highs on these equity markets. You're going to get a little bit of tech flavor this week from Tesla, from Netflix, to name but a few. Trading diary. This is what else will focus the mind. The BOJ rate decision and the New Hampshire primary. Plus, as I say, Netflix reports their earnings.
그래, 테슬라가 올라갔구나.
Let's see, tech earnings continue. Tesla, IBM.
근데 테슬라 같은 경우는 그 일론 머스크의 트위터에 다 달려 있는 것 같아요. 걔가 뭘 트위터에 올라가는 게 달아 주식이 너무 확 왔다 갔다 할 수 있으니까 진짜 위험한 것 같아요. 스피드 내리만해. 오케이. 오, 쭉 내려가. 오케이, 좋아. 근데 지금 음악이 들리기는 된가? 전 지금 확인이 안 돼가지고 지금 신나는 음악을 들려주고 싶은데
What are the metrics for Netflix that are most important when evaluating a show? Or you guys take us to task a lot on this transparency issue. I would say, look, definitely relative to peers, we're incredibly transparent, and we're completely transparent.
안돼. 잘 내려갔다가 갑자기 올라가면 어떡해. 아 짜증나게 진짜. 아 진짜 죽겠어. 아 어렵다 어려워.
Streaming itself is not that exotic anymore, and every other segment of the business does have, Nielsen ratings or box office reports of New York Times.
밑으로 달려라 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 나스닥.
Top names in climate finance are on Bloomberg.
I can't tell whether you're optimistic or pessimistic about climate finance.
A lot of great stuff is happening, but is it enough? No, it's not enough.
I'm biased. I'm a huge investor in both fission and fusion, and hoping that it comes in time. Transition is not going to be an event.
욕? 제가 욕했어요?
At the end of the day, it's the right
아마
thing for the
저도
planet,
모르게
it's the right thing for the industry.
무슨 역을 했을까요? 조한씨에게 써보세요. 제가 뭐 무의식적으로 나올 수 있으니까 이해해주세요. 그래도 제 채널이니까 하면 뭐 어때? 뭐 어때? 진심이니까. 그러니까요. 지금 할 생각이에요. 역을 할 생각이에요. 제 마이너스 좀 보세요. 계속 늘어나고 있네.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough that they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors
12시.
like the M&A that
오케이.
we've seen?
봅시다.
Big time.
좋았어.
The window between the
분위기
peak and
좋아.
trough changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex
색깔이 바뀔 때마다 제 그 목소리 톤이
How about
바뀌어요.
that?
Together,
Alex, we're talking Bloomberg Intelligence for another 2 hours.
그냥 차트 보지 마시고 제 목소리만 들려도 다 아실 수 있을 것 같아서
Yeah, Matt Miller's out.
저 지금 매도니까 좋아.
So Alex and I, for the next 2 hours, we're going to do this thing. We're going to call it Bloomberg Intelligence. Talk a lot of companies.
아래로
stocks,
돌아줘야지. 그치.
talk about the market, see what's happening here as we get into the middle of the
아니 이
trading
사람아
day. So we're gonna do a couple hours.
12시인데 이렇게 불안정하게 하면 어떡해. 제대로
So we have a
어?
weekly podcast.
올라갈지 데려
Bloomberg Intelligence and other research of all the companies and industries around the world. And so we thought
불안해서 말이 안 나와.
that into a day-to-day analysis. So it should be really, really fun.
And we're streaming on YouTube, so you can head over to YouTube and check us out, youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. We're also obviously from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers radio studio in New York City. Coming up today, Alice, we're going to talk to Chris Broderson, Managing Director of Eisner Amper Business Advisory Group, to talk about Bitcoin ETFs. I'm not sure what's going on there.
애매하네.
Rip in there a couple weeks ago when they first got approved. We're also going to check into Bloomberg Congressional reporter Laura Davison. I believe she's up in New Hampshire, a little chilly up there, but getting ready for
오케이.
the first primary of the year, so we'll go a little
좋아.
politics there. But let's kick things off on this historic day with John Tucker and Bloomberg Business Flash.
Great to be part of history. And this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by
그러니까
Interactive
이게
Brokers.
예상보다 그렇게 많이
Interactive
떨어지지는
clients
않겠지만
uninvested, instantly available US dollar
그래도
cash balances
발표가 그렇게 좋은 결과가 아닌 것 같아서 지금 계속 떨어지고 있어요.
If 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher, real estate in the lead right now. The biggest drag coming from consumer staples, the defensive sector. Individual shares, Western Digital among the biggest individual movers in the index. Named the top U.S. semiconductor stock by Morgan Stanley. The biggest laggard, that's Archer Daniels Midland. Well, after Friday's close, where are markets headed now? We put that question to Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets.
So it looks like the bull is fighting back as hard as it can. That being said, I do think we still have a bit of a sentiment problem coming into this year. So it would not surprise me at all to see this rally take a bit of a pause. But ultimately, we think there's room to move higher at the end of the year. We've got 5150 on the S&P.
Well, so far 52 companies at 11% of market cap reporting earnings. And the S&P 500 on track for 1.8% year-over-year earnings growth in the fourth quarter. Right now, the S&P 500
본 후에 뭐 드라마 보든가 뭐 예능 같은 거 볼 수 있으니까 좀 마음 편하게 지금은 정신이 없어. 오케이 내려가 좋아. 좋아. 이거잖아요. 제가 원하는 건 바로 이거예요. 보기 좋아. 제 생각에는 지금 계속 내려가고 내려갈 거니까 조금만 올라가면 여태까지 올라가면 그때 빼면 좋을 것 같아요. 왜냐면 왠지 많이 안 떨어질 것 같아서 수익을 조금이나마 보고 마음 편하게 다른 기회를
$90 per share in adjusted earnings for the year, after having forecast in October profits in excess of $7. And this isn't the first scandal involving ADM. Back in the 1990s, it was actually in a price fixing conspiracy that later became the basis of the 2009 film The Informant. We all know, starring Matt Damon. A little bit of history there. But it's really interesting as we're seeing this as the biggest laggard in the S&P 500. Alex, I know that you are always following the commodity space, but this one is just some really big
지금 빼야 되나?
Yeah, you usually want the CFO to be the guy in charge of accounting
아니야, 계속
and having an accounting
기다려야
problem.
되나?
I mean, at the end of the day.
I'm just looking at the holders of this thing. It's
참 희한하네.
Also, there's like only like
희한한
5 of these
거는
guys. Of the big
내가 막
brain
지금
traders and providers and
조언을
producers, there's very
드리고
small
있잖아요.
percentages. There's only 5. So you know, one of them goes out of bed and
제 조언을 듣지 않아. 와, 사람은 원래 이래. 뭐 제 생각엔 이거 하는 게 괜찮은 것 같은데 너나 해. 일단 너는 하고 나는 안 할게. 그런 거야.
among U.S. semiconductor stocks. The analysts have raised their price targets to $73 from $52 on the data storage device makers, citing compelling discrepancy between its valuation and that of its peers.
all right. So Western Digital. I don't you just buy all.
혹시 주원 씨 빼셨나요?
SOX? SOX?
I mean, it just feels like if you're buying one, you're buying all of them, aren't you?
And especially with Morgan Stanley, right? They're a little skeptical.
이번에 제대로 못 내려가면 대처하셔야죠. 그쵸?
They like these guys. It's like a way of playing big tech without playing big tech.
Yep.
At the end of the day, kind of, sort of.
Very good.
And taking a look at the stocks index, is actually surging for its highest levels on record.
좀 기다려보고
Yep, we are seeing a flow.
수익을
Tech
어느
is
정도
moving higher.
보다가
Therefore, all the rest. Right, what else you got?
빼야 돼요.
Looking at B. Riley Financial, that's ticker RILY. It's in focus today. It's a pretty small stock, but very well watched. The SEC is investigating B. Riley's deals with a key client, Brian Kahn, who was linked to a securities fraud. The firm is being accused of using the client's assets to help
뭐예요? 왜
obtain a
비밀이에요?
loan
우리
from
사이에
borrower.
비밀 같은 거 없잖아요.
Uh-oh.
제가 지금 딱 까고 있잖아요.
Brian R. Riley
끝까지 못 안 갈게요. 끝까지 가면 화병으로 쓰러질 거예요.
We got some primary coming up. I think we're up in New Hampshire, right?
New Hampshire.
That's kind of where we're going. All right, so I mean, it's
오케이 내려가자.
the weekend shows didn't go. It's almost like you kind of know where this is going.
Because like officially they're not an official primary, which is why Biden isn't on the ballot. But yeah.
시크릿. 오케이 그럼.
Still to pay attention. I mean, and DeSantis dropped. So clearly Iowa and then any polling numbers into New Hampshire did make a difference.
Yep, absolutely.
이렇게 해볼게요.
Reporter Laura Davison joins us here. She's up in New Hampshire. So,
저도
Laura,
시크릿.
what's the feeling up there in New Hampshire? Is this
끝.
kind of a
안 보여줄 거예요. 안 보여줄 거예요.
President Trump's move to the nomination.
이렇게 하고 매도할지 매수할지는 안 알려주고 얼마 벌었는지 안 알려줄게요. 끝! 시크릿! 아니요, 장난이고요.
She has been competitive in the state. She's been campaigning. This is one of the states where she has the ability to come closer to Trump, even potentially beat him. But that's looking more and more like a long shot. As Trump racks up endorsements from DeSantis, from Tim Scott, from Vivek Ramaswamy, and the field really seems to be solidifying behind Trump.
Why did DeSantis drop out yesterday? What was his strategy here?
Yeah, so DeSantis was not poised to do well in New Hampshire. He was polling in the single digits. You look out further, South Carolina,
이게 뭐야? 이렇게 발사.
still trailing Trump. So by dropping out now, he won and going down
아니
with
진짜
a embarrassing third place finish, as well as potentially can get into Trump's good graces and the
왜
president's graces.
어떡하라고 진짜
Exactly.
어떡하라고
So, all right.
전체적으로 전체적으로
Haley here.
보시죠. 이거 했다. 아야야.
What is a win here? I mean, can she win?
와.
She just have to show solid performance, or is
대단하네.
there really nothing she can do here?
A win would be a huge
와리가리
win for her. It would prove the theory of her campaign, which is that there are half, if not a little bit more, Republicans who want someone other than Trump to be president. Even if she comes close, but she need to come really close, close to that 50% mark, to be able to sort of keep her campaign going. If she is far behind Trump, that gives her a third place finish in Iowa and a distant second in New Hampshire, and then on to South Carolina, which is her home state. But polling there right now suggests that Trump is far ahead. She has a month to potentially close that gap if she has a strong performance in New Hampshire. But really, this is her best spot on the map for now. Looking forward, it's a little bit more grim.
So the question is, what is a win? Like, it's not going to be an absolute win. So percentage-wise, what's a win?
She would need to get, something, we're talking, upper 40s percentage of the vote. Now that it's a two-person race, presumably, Chris Christie vote, has gone mostly to her. The DeSantis vote, likely largely to Trump. So she needs to prove that she has, maybe about half of the Republican Party, kind of round up a couple percentage points.
All right, if I'm the Republican National Committee here, what do I do here? I mean, do I just fall in completely behind former President Trump and prepare for the general election? Is that kind of the expectation?
Yeah, we'll wait and see, until Haley is officially out, if she does in fact drop. It is likely that if it's clear she has no path forward, she will do what DeSantis did yesterday and say, look, I'm out. She has a lot of money. She's been raising a lot of money, but she's also been spending a lot. So she likely doesn't have a ton of runway if, it's clear that there's no path to victory. And same with the National Party. They're already preparing for a general election. You've seen the Trump campaign already doing messaging and advertising.
솔직히 깔게요. 믿음이 없어요.
Already doing the same, preparing for
그냥 지금 에라 모르겠다 이런 상태야.
There was a nice article that said that the street is finally waking up to or the general public to the possibility of a Trump versus
2,000원?
like legit, and everyone's like,
뭐 2,000원도 수익이긴 한데.
What happens after that sinks into the psyche of the American public? Can anything be done at that point?
There's one kind of last
마이너스.
Biden, and that's some sort of third-party candidate. So there's
좀 재미없거든요.
market's been looking at, having some sort of centrist, maybe even bipartisan someone like Larry Hogan or Joe Manchin, who have a lot of appeal, both Moderate Republicans and with Democrats. Again, that's not likely to be, a winning combination unless something, really unprecedented happens in American politics. Third parties just don't have the hold. But what that could play is either spoiler for Trump or Biden, depending what coalition of voters they pull together, 10-15%, that could really swing the election one way or another.
So, I guess, again, if I'm the RNC here, if I think about it, my presumed candidate, former President Trump, other than 2016, does not have a great record. Lost in 2020.
믿음이 없으니까 마이너스잖아요. 그렇죠. 저는 무교라서 그런 것 때문이지 않을까. 저는 믿음이 없어요. 뭐 예수님, 부처님, 뭐 누구 뭐.
But you know what, Paul? I think that's a really good question because I don't know if
누구나 좀 도와주세요.
whether they can think anything they want, but they may not have a choice.
이 보을 좀 떨어뜨렸으면 좋겠어요.
Either the independents or the centrist Republicans, and quite frankly, centrist Democrats. Do they then stay whole?
Exactly.
And then what does that do if you remove them from the voting base?
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see. So, and again, it appears that we're going to have this primary tomorrow in New Hampshire. Then they're going to go
저를 믿어야죠. 그럼 예수님 여기 있고, 부처님 여기 있고, 주원 씨 여기 있어요? 이런 거예요? 해외 선물의 아이콘은 주원 씨요.
Which then makes me question too, when and what do the markets wind up pricing in? I mean, there is a narrative that we're going to see
리듬을 타야 되는데 저도 타고 싶은데.
particularly if you have the Trump tax cuts are actually put in permanently.
근데 그쵸, 지금 완전 마이너스.
You have a moment where the bond market can take a
나갈
we want something different. Like, does that happen? Does it not? What does that look like?
Yep, so it'll be a lot. I mean, it's just going to be obviously an extraordinary year, as most presidential election years are, and certainly the stakes are very high here. WTI crude oil, $74 a barrel. It just seems like it's a demand situation. That's kind of what's driving the price. I keep hearing OPEC and OPEC Plus talk about constraining production, but I'm sure that's
I appreciate Paul throwing me a nice little softball here on my first day on radio. But you know what I think is really interesting, and I can tie this to Trump also, is it's actually been more of a supply issue from the U.S.
Yes.
We're at record production. We need Saudi Arabia in terms of production. I don't know if that's going to go away anytime soon. The growth rate might be slower, but it will still be growing. In which case, when you have the world maybe drill, like Trump was talking about earlier, it's like, to what end?
Right.
I would go to yoga, but I don't have the right gear.
Save on all the best activewear at Sierra.
Also, I might have sent a late-night text to my instructor on his honeymoon.
And I will bring it
Fishing gear at Sierra.
Well, you can't go back to yoga.
바뀌었나요?
Let's get moving.
지금 좀 신나는
It's
음악을
popped up back over
들어왔어요.
in Jersey. The BP on Route 35 in Walton.
약간 신트법 좋아하시는 분들이
all the products now. Not all
좀
imports.
분들한테 좀 마음이
That's right, because we don't
드실 수
have
있을
the
것 같아요.
And we have the Jones Act, yes.
Right. So, but I mean, Route 36, the Wawa, still $3.
약간 레트로 신트팝 왠지 이 사원에 맞을 것 같나요? 네, 바로 갈까요?
it's all been. I do follow Eric Balchunas' research on Bloomberg Intelligence, and so that kind of keeps me up to speed here. But let's check in with somebody else who's in this space. Chris Broderson, Managing Director, Eisner Amper's Business Advisory Group. Chris, talk to us about how important having a spot Bitcoin ETF is to the crypto space and to the ETF space.
Sure. So thanks for having me. I think that the importance here is that having a spot ETF does a couple of things. Number one, it lends legitimacy to the asset class, that it is recognized as a store of value, whether you agree with that or not. It certainly makes it easier to invest. The average retail investor no longer has to worry about things like wallets and custody and things like that. The other thing that it does is it essentially broadens the appeal in the ecosystem longer term.
So, Paul, since you said, like, you left Friday, that was the day that all the ETFs started trading back today. So this is what you missed. In that first week of trading, spot Bitcoin ETFs in the U.S. saw about $6.5 billion in shares change hands. That's according to Bloomberg Intelligence data that is much higher than any kind of reported ETFs backed to traditional assets. So a lot of people are trading and moving these things around. Chris, do we know who?
Oh, I don't know who. I assume it's largely retail investors. There has been discussion about institutional investors, but I think the thing to focus on right now is who is going to participate from the firm perspective. So, for example, Vanguard has said they're not going to offer these ETFs on the now. Over the weekend, I was on tennis with a registered investment advisor client, and he said that these firms in the process of looking at suitability.
혼자만 많이 했거든요. 죄송해요. 봅시다. 지금은 어리가리하네. 그러니까요. 이게 밀리면 안 되는데 계속 하면 좋을까? 제가 수익을 한 10만 원 정도 바라보고 있었는데 문제 안 될 것 같은데.
I don't know if it's true, but I think that you have to balance the fees along with the track performance of the manager.
So, okay, aside from that, how many more you think are going to come? So there's 11 right now. We get a lot more, a couple more, because I think the big question everyone has is like, how many of these guys do you actually need?
Yeah, I've heard that said over and over again, and I think that ultimately we'll probably end up with half a dozen or less. I just don't see the need for 13 Bitcoin ETFs at this point.
So, I guess Bitcoin, there's a lot more to the crypto space than Bitcoin. How about other ETFs for, I don't know, Ethereum or whatever else the kids are trading these days?
Sure. So I know that BlackRock and a couple of others have applied for Ethereum-based ETFs. I don't think that we're going to see anything from the SEC probably until May. But having said that, I think that those ETFs are going to be a much more significant in terms of uphill battle. And the reason I say that is because the SEC has said very staunchly that all cryptos, ex-Bitcoin, are considered securities. So these folks that want an Ethereum ETF are going to have to convince the SEC
지금 분위기 좋아.
is not a security and why it should be allowed into an ETF.
Yep, and that is going to be tricky, and so maybe we just stick with what we have and then go down to a little bit less. Can I short this thing? Can I put options on it? Can I do anything? When do you guys think that's going to happen?
So ProShares has already applied to have leverage short Bitcoin ETFs.
Because Paul would probably be into that.
Yeah.
이거 보세요. 너무 좋아. 이거지. 이거 제가 원했던 거는 바로 이거지.
So go to the CME if you want to play futures and options.
So, Chris, we did get the SEC to approve this, and Gensler, SEC Chairman Gensler, was the deciding vote to the positive. But boy, judging by his tweets,
지금
he doesn't really seem like he's a supporter here. I mean, is this thing, is the SEC spoken? Is this done? Are we never going back to like Gary Gensler coming back and saying, you know what, this really is not what we need here?
Well, I can't speak to
오늘은 좀 일찍 살리고 했는데 아 시장이 참
because their hands were sort of tied by the courts, and I think that the ultimate arbiter of this will be in court of public opinion what happens to the price.
시장이 참 불안하네.
Something that people look to uncertainty, but all talked about. Time will tell, and I wish I had that time.
Yeah, time. It really depends on what time frame, right? Like, is it going to take 3, 6 months to suss out, or a lot longer? But Paul, what I think is interesting too is, if you want to diversify your investment, right? That's the whole idea. Let's diversify. Let's do alternative investment. Do you need 10%?
아 좋아 분위기 너무 좋아요. 이거지.
Big difference into the uptake of these guys too.
제가 누린 건 바로 이거지.
I want to have some exposure, but a lot of folks are saying I just don't need it at all because I don't understand it. Chris, I know what eyes are after. You kind of look at kind of all things fintech, if you will, blockchain. What's the next big thing that you guys are talking to your clients about? Is it just more crypto, better crypto? What's the next big thing you're looking at?
I think the real opportunity longer term is in the tokenization of real world and traditional assets. Crypto is interesting. It certainly has its place. It's not going away anytime soon. But when we look at the issues that we have the ability to fundamentally architect the middle and back office functions of a number of financial institutions and cryptos, I think that is just going to be a huge significant opportunity.
I do my tax advisor, just full disclosure. Inside, I'm like a 90-year-old person, and I don't want to pay any taxes, and I want to, be really super safe with my investments. What is the best sort of way to utilize my money that doesn't involve paying a boatload of taxes? Like, do I want a Bitcoin ETF from that perspective? Do I want to switch from the GBC Trust to the ETF? Like, do I want to do those things?
Well, there's a few reasons why you would want to switch, and this is not investment advice, Alex, please understand that. But what I can tell you is that with the ETF, it's much easier to pay your taxes than if you were to own the Bitcoin directly. If you own the Bitcoin directly, now you have basis tracking and a whole bunch of other things that you need to report to the IRS, as opposed to just getting your statement from your ETF provider at the end.
오, 고봐요. 너무 좋아요. 마이너스 20, 마이너스래. 잘못한 거 아니야. 수익은 20만 원.
Again, I follow James Seyfert and Eric Balchunas, Bloomberg Intelligence. There are
오케이 좋아요. 지금 분위기 너무 좋아요.
in general, and they've been all over this Bitcoin ETF, but they're just covering ETF business, and they've been tracking the flows in and out, and it's been, by their reckoning, smashed.
Can I just say we had somebody from Franklin Templeton talking about their Bitcoin ETF. My obnoxious question: considering all the amount of energy it takes to generate, does that then conflict with your ESG fund? Oh no! I think they're going to go solar. Was the response or something?
Well, that's a derivative, right? Like it takes so much energy to mine for Bitcoin that actually is a real problem. There's so much wind energy that you.
제가 사실은 7만 원을 누리고 있었는데 지금 20만 원이잖아.
From my house? No.
So that was your question.
It was more my statement more.
And they're like, yeah, bye
whatever.
Yeah, bye John Tucker.
But I do think that the uptake and who is going to do it and why, I think will be really interesting. And I think it's going to take a while for all of that to sort of settle out. You're not going to know that just by the flows, which I think is also interesting. And Bitcoin is also today. It's been though a really wild ride. All right, coming up, we got world and national
물론
news
제가
now.
딴거 보면 그 400만 원, 400? 잠시만, 너무 많이. 300? 헷갈려요. 뭐 아무튼 단무지에 올라가면 줘야 좋죠. 근데 조금 불안하긴 하네. 또 올라가네.
Magic especially if you're the former president. In your own party, you can barely get 50% of the vote. That's why Trump's in trouble, right? So now that you have somebody new on the scene, kind of building that kind of momentum is huge. And the key is that it's a one-on-one race. So if Trump can barely hold 50% or keep him under 50% in a one-on-one race, well, the math says that that's 51% to Nikki Haley, and that's what you need to win a state.
그러니까 일단은 뺄게요. 왜냐면 왠지 계속 올라갈 것 같아서 일단 뺄 거고. 오늘 같은 경우는 봅시다. 24만원 24만원 전 괜찮다고 생각해요. 네. 일단 다시 찬스를 좀 노려봐야 될 것 같은데. 일단 찬스 보고 도저히 안 되겠다 싶으면 네, 그냥 뭐 자야죠 뭐. 자고 내일 다시 하면 되지.
Perhaps as soon as next week, we are going to continue to watch that for you. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
저 이런 사람이에요. 그냥 욕심 많은 사람이에요. 그러니까 지금 딱 8만 원만 있었으면 딱 40만 원. 이거 40이 아니잖아. 300만 원. 어우, 피곤해가 보다. 300만 원. 아우 참 너무 좋네요. 오, 잘 빠져나갔네. 그러니까요. 진짜 잘 빠져나갔어. 산책을 좀 갔다 올게요. 지금 타이밍을 좀 기다려봐야 될 것 같아서 일단 잘 다녀올게요. 네, 주원씨 화장실 잘 다녀오세요.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Well, stocks are extending Friday's record close of the major indexes. In the S&P 500, 9 of the 11 major industry groups that they're up right now. Real estate in the lead. An earnings season that'll ramp up quick in the week ahead. The first week of S&P 500 earnings reports, they topped expectations. Meantime, Seth Carpenter, the chief global economist at Morgan Stanley, looking for rate cuts from the Fed later rather than sooner.
Our baseline is June, but the market's sort of, in my view, a little bit over its skis, looking for, now a little bit less probability, less than half for March, but still high probability there. We think the data sort of pushed them off until June.
Right now, the S&P 500, 16 points higher. That's up 0.3%. 48.56 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 193 points. NASDAQ 132 points higher. That is up 0.2% right now. The 10-year yield, 4 basis points lower, 4.08%. The two right now down 1 basis point. That is at 436. And options traders betting on more gains in the S&P 500. So based on those trades, the implication is for a further 3.3% jump in the S&P 500 based on Friday's close. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
So I wonder at some point, if it keeps going, are we going to wind up seeing Wall Street already rejigger their forecast for this year?
Right.
Could be.
A couple weeks in, and we're like, actually, maybe 5,100.
Until in the mornings when I come in writing this stuff, until I read Gina Martin Adams and the folks over there.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
She's awesome.
I mean, she was calling the earnings recession before anyone even started talking about it.
Yes,
last summer.
Must read every morning.
Who hired her, I wonder.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate
Should I pat you on the back, or you want to do it yourself?
He already did it. He's good.
All right, Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, I just got back from a wonderful trip down to Aruba, and both ways flew the Boeing 737-900ER. Worked like a charm. No problems whatsoever.
Okay.
All good. It wasn't the MAX. It was the ER. Now I understand that the ER may have some issues here. So I don't know what's going on with our good friends at Boeing. When I think Boeing, I think of American engineering ingenuity. But boy, they've had a tough 4 or 5 years. Siddharth Phillip joins us. He's a deputy team leader for global aviation for Bloomberg News. He's in our Bloomberg studios joining us via Zoom. Sid, thanks so much for joining us here. What's going on with Boeing? I mean, it seems like generations we went without dealing with anything, and now it just seems like there's a lot of issues there from an engineering perspective. What do you think's going on?
Thanks, Paul. So yeah, there is a lot of scrutiny over Boeing's manufacturing quality, and the latest sort of scrutiny is on the 737-900ER, which is the previous generation of the Boeing 737, which is sort of predates the MAX that was used on the flight on Jan 5th, we had that dramatic blowout of the plug door. The reason why they've expanded this probe is basically the 900ER uses the same type of plugs on its emergency exits as the one that failed on the Alaska Airlines flight this month. And that's why the FAA has asked airlines that basically operate this type to do sort of, for an additional level of safety, to sort of have a visual inspection of it to make sure it's properly secured.
All right. I had a great flight coming back on my 737-900ER. Plane was great. One problem, a huge problem. Screaming kid.
Yeah.
Probably 3 or 4 years old enough to know better, and his parents should know better, the entire 5-hour flight.
That's tough.
It was brutal. And I just went to the parents at the end. I was like, what do you guys, is this your first
You did?
time? Oh, totally.
What did they say?
Just as we were leaving, I just said, you got to do better. You got to do better.
Did they say anything?
They were not happy with that.
This is the same Paul
Amazing.
who people in the company here at Bloomberg, when he doesn't like the way they dress,
Oh,
he
yeah.
calls them out.
Goes right up to him. You can't wear flip-flops in my place of business.
Well, for sure. I don't want to see your toes. I really don't want to see your toes.
Exactly.
And there has to be
You
a
don't mess
measurement.
with Paul.
Yeah.
And also, like, shirt buttons, you need to
Yeah.
not have them low. That's
Right.
all for guys. Anyway, and for girls. So, back on track. Sid, so Boeing made it in to Saturday Night Live over the weekend. When that happens, I feel like that becomes a real issue. Like, it's now in the everyday vernacular. It's in the skit of the weekend. How big a PR problem is this really going to be? Or do we feel like it's already kind of priced in?
I think it is priced in, but I mean, essentially what everyone's looking for in what investors are looking for is basically trying to see how things go from here. Essentially, the MAX 9 is still not back in service, and that's really the key question as to when regulators will approve of the procedure to sort of bring them back into service. And also everyone's looking to see what the deliveries look like and whether or not this will have any impact on deliveries of new planes that sort of stretch out into next year. Because as you know, I mean, airlines are looking for as much lift as they can, as much capacity as they can. And this is really crucial to determine how this sort of demand goes forward, especially at a time when there's a little bit of uncertainty about how the demand is going to play out. I mean, we've seen revenge travel, and we're looking to see sort of indications of how that's going to play out. I mean, a lot of airlines are going to be reporting earnings in the next couple of days, and we shall see what they really talk about outlook.
So, Sid, I mean, I guess the reality is this is a duopoly. It's Airbus and it's Boeing. I can't just say, I'm fed up with Boeing. I'm going to start buying my stuff from Airbus, because Airbus has got multi-year, backlog. So if you're Boeing, what's job one, do you think? Is it marketing, PR, or is it actually changing your engineering process, your manufacturing process?
I think it's really focusing on quality and building quality. I think that's going to reassure public that essentially their planes are safe to fly, and also reassure the customers that they don't have to worry about planes being pulled out of service for inspections and sort of the complexity of it, and having to restructure your operations based on that complexity. So I think the key question is getting to a point where you're assured of the quality of the aircraft, and that can sort of give it some stability in terms of airlines are happy, your customers are happy, and they're not worried about whether or not they're going to fly out of an aircraft. And I think that is
Feels
really
fair.
step one of it.
I mean, that feels like a fair thing.
I had an aisle seat. I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, good point. Apparently, Alaska Air is commenting on the 737-900ER door plug in an email, saying that they find no issues so far in those checks. So that's something. So, Sid, normally, as in before today, I was on TV from 10 to 12 with Guy Johnson on the European close, and apparently there's like a storm and stuff, and I guarantee you this is all he would have been talking about for 2 hours, so I feel like I need to know about the storm and stuff over in Europe. What's going on with weather?
Yeah, so there's a storm Isha that's disrupting travel, causing power blackouts across northern Europe. There's hurricane force winds that are lashing the sort of northern Europe and the UK and Ireland. And so that's really disrupted travel, as well as sort of power supply to various homes in Ireland as well as the UK. And so I think that it's had a really big impact on Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, where they've cancelled 130 flights this morning, and they've talked about winds being over 100 kilometers an hour.
All right, Sid, thanks so much for joining us. Sid Phillip, Deputy Team Leader of Global Aviation for Bloomberg News. global entry. Do you have global entry?
Oh, yeah.
Saved our life. Okay, so coming back Aruba, power out at the airport in the morning. That's a problem, apparently. So when you get there, lines everywhere out into the parking lot, crazy. You get through it, and in Aruba, you have to clear Aruban customs and U.S. customs.
That's right.
So you have to give 3 hours to get there, blah, blah, blah. That's when a smooth day. This was not a smooth day. So people were missing flights left and right because when you go through the Aruban, go through all their stuff, and then you get to the U.S., and it's the same thing. You have to go through it all again. You have to take off your shoes again. If you didn't have, we get into the U.S. Customs Hall in Aruba, packed to the gills. You're never, ever going to make your flight. Global entry, walked right up, right out.
Now, did the person you were traveling with also have global entry?
Yes.
Ah, okay,
so we
that's
just
the thing.
skated right through. We get on our plane, and it's packed on the way down, half full on the way back, because half the people didn't make it through.
No kidding.
Yeah. So
Ooh,
it is
that
just
hurts.
for those out there who are kind of on the fence for global entry. If you do any international travel, man, is it
How do you
worth
get
it.
global entry?
Oh, it's a process. Go to the internet thing.
It's the same thing as the TSA. You have to have an interview and do a thing.
But it's so worth it if you ever travel.
It's totally
overseas.
worth it. And it lasts a lot longer, I think, than the TSA stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 5 years. I just renewed it, but man, we were like worth the price just there for our good friends in Aruba. So hopefully the people got back because there was a little bit of a issue there a couple of days ago. We're gonna have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom with the company news. We'll start off with Archer Daniels Midland. Right now, the shares 13% lower. The agricultural trading giant suspending its chief financial officer. They're cutting the earnings outlook pending an investigation into its accounting practices. Never a good sign. Viktor Luthar had been the CFO since 2022, was put on administrative leave. ADM also delaying the fourth quarter earnings and the filing of its annual report in Form 10K.
다시 왔습니다. 다시 왔는데
A digital world acquisition. This is the blank check fund that's seeking to take Donald Trump's
뒤지게
media
춥네요.
company public, surging.
와, 발음이
Ron
너무
DeSantis
세요.
dropping out of the 2024 presidential
와,
race
야,
and
진짜.
endorsing Donald Trump.
감기
Thanks, but
조심하시고
no thanks. Macy
진짜
says it's not interested in the bid from Arkhouse Management and
날씨가 너무 위험해요.
Management to take over.
반심하면 안 돼요.
Lacked in its words value. And one of Gilead Sciences drugs failed to significantly improve survival in a trial of patients with advanced lung cancer. It's a big blow to targeted treatment that is most
것
promising.
같기도 하고 근데 사실 저는
And Amira Sports, they make Wilson tennis rackets and Solomon ski boots. They're seeking to raise as much as
자신이
$1.8
없기
billion
때문에
in what would be
피곤하기도
one of the
하고
year's
벌써
first major
오버스쿨
initial
한시네.
public offerings. And finally,
그러니까
we'll wrap up
일단
with this one. This is a study by
마무리해야 될 것
the geniuses
같은데요.
at MIT.
어차피
seeking to address fears
내일도
about
할
AI
테니까
replacing
오늘은
humans in a bunch of industries.
어느 정도
They found
안전하게
because AI is
해봤으니까
expensive to install and operate, humans
결과적으로
for the most part
23만 원이나 벌었어요. 좋네요.
I mean, we're safe.
내일은 단몽감을 더 올려야 될 것 같은데.
I'm 45, so we're not sure. It could go either way.
일단은
You're okay. And that's the company news. I'm John.
결과적으로 오늘 좀 시장이 너무
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. S&P 500 up 0.3%. The Nasdaq up about 3.1% as well. But the Russell up 1.5%. That's where the action is today. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with.
그래도 마무리 괜찮았기 때문에 오늘도 만족스러워요. 오늘은 마음고생 좀 했는데 결과
Governor DeSantis suspended his campaign yesterday, endorsing former President Trump. DeSantis was considered a front-runner early on, but finished a distant second in the Iowa caucus and was polling in single digits ahead of tomorrow's New Hampshire primary. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson has dropped out of the race and has thrown his support behind
어떻게 해야
Nikki
될지는 잘
Haley.
모르겠지만 일단 오늘은 마무리 여기까지 하고 내일 또 다시 그 시간대 올
Today is the
테니까
anniversary of the Roe v.
그때
Wade decision, but a lot has changed in
기다려주시면
51 years.
하고
Republican-controlled states have all but
내일
banned the procedure,
뵐게요.
which Democrats plan to
여러분
highlight
그리고
in the lead up to the
아시죠?
November election.
좋아요도
Texas Democratic Party
눌러주시고
Executive
구독도
Director Monique Acala says
눌러주시고
that abortion rights is a winning issue with both
그렇게 같이
independents
했으면
and moderate
좋겠는데
Republicans.
좀 사람들도 불러주세요.
believes voters will shy away from politicians who
혼자
push extreme
하기엔
measures
좀
like no exceptions for rape or incest.
조금
And Donald Trump's
심심하니까
defamation trial in
여러
New York was
가지
postponed until tomorrow because
의견을
of
좀
COVID precautions. One juror
나눴으면
is
해요.
reportedly ill. Two
나누고
of Trump's
이렇게
attorneys are feeling kind
지금
of under the
매도
weather. Court has been
들어왔으면
adjourned and will not
좋겠어요.
resume until tomorrow.
지금
A jury
상황이
will
딱
decide how
좋아요.
much money, if
이렇게
any, Trump must pay
앞으로
Jean Carroll for defaming
하면
her in
좋겠어요.
2019. She has
여러분
first accused him
저는
of raping
여기서
her decades ago
마무리하고
in a department store dressing room.
앞으로
Global
또
news
하는
24 hours a
사람들은
day and
좀
whenever you want it with Bloomberg
조심하시고
News Now. I'm Amy Morris and this is
무리하지
Bloomberg
마시고
Calling Alex.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We
성공하시길
appreciate
바랍니다.
that. Alex, we were just talking
오늘까지
airlines, aerospace.
여기까지
Here's a story about JetBlue.
뉴스 읽어주는
Joanna Garrity,
여자였습니다.
she is the
여러분
next chief of JetBlue Airlines. She spoke of having,
감사합니다.
quote,
좋은
the
시도
gift of
감사해요.
grit in a
내일
commencement address in
뵙시다.
2020. You know what? She's going to need it. JetBlue on Friday